Chapter 138. Cold air spread everywhere, ice blades danced. Iron fists roared, fangs howled. The battle between Xiong Li's group and Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. The battle did not last long. But as Bai Ningbing's pressure increased, Xiong Li and the rest felt that time was long and unbearable. Xiong Zhang's expression was gloomy, Xiong Lin's head was covered in cold sweat, and Xiong Li's gaze was solemn. At this point, even Xiong Li had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only used rank 2 gu worms to fight, the battle strength he displayed was not something they could contend with even if they worked together. In fact, Bai Ningbing had not used his full strength yet. This was not intentional, but he had to keep a hand to guard against Fang Yuan. To Xiong Li and the rest, their motive was simple, they only wanted to kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was complicated. He had to fight with Xiong Li's group on one hand, and defend against Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other. He had personally seen Fang Yuan use the stealth scales gu, thus he had to split his concentration to guard against Fang Yuan's attack. But up until now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave already? Impossible. Although this is the first time we met, he is not someone who would easily give up. He will definitely make a move, he is just waiting for an opportunity. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blades, suppressing Xiong Li's counterattack as he thought rapidly. Not only did he have to fight with Xiong Li's group in terms of strength, he also had to fight with Fang Yuan's wits. Fang Yuan's delay in making a move gave him more and more pressure. An unsheathed sword was the most dangerous. Because no one knew where the sword would stab. Although Fang Yuan did not make a move and watched the battle from afar, he had been pulling Bai Ningbing's concentration from start to finish. If not for this, Xiong Li's group would have lost long ago, and would not have lasted until now. This Bai Ningbing is quite quick-witted. First, he cleanly killed Bold Lightning Wolf, making me one less pawn to use. Then, he risked his injuries to kill the healing gu master in Xiong Li's group. All of this was the wisest and correct choice. Although he's fighting fiercely with Xiong Li and the others, he's still guarding against me. In the shadow of the distant forest, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and watched from afar, his eyes flickering. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. But he was not anxious at all. The longer the battle dragged on, the more Bai Ningbing's combat strength would be consumed. The recovery speed of the 10 extreme physiques was much faster than the first-grade physiques. But there would still be consumption. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture would be consumed, and the more the scales of victory would tip towards Fang Yuan. If the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture was used up, so what if she had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? One crescent blade was enough to behead him. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was also well aware of it. Although he had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with a cold light, and he took a big step back, pulling a distance away from Xiong Li and the others. Then, his Adam's apple rolled up, as if something had been regurgitated from his stomach into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and then he opened his mouth with difficulty. An ice-blue bird peeked its head out from between his white teeth. Its lively eyes looked around, and soon found someone's gaze. It came out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, and with a flap of its broad and strong wings, it flew towards Xiong Li. The blue ice bird was very cute, looking like a pigeon. But when Xiong Li and the others saw it, their faces turned pale. Rank 3 blue bird ice coffin gu. Dodge! Xiong Li and the others hurriedly dodged, but this blue ice bird was different from the crescent blade. Once it was sent out, it would automatically lock onto the enemy. Bam! It crashed into the logistics gu master in Xiong Li's group, and exploded. The surging cold air spread everywhere, and the dazzling blue light lit up the battlefield. In the next second, the blue light dissipated, revealing a translucent ice cube with a trace of blue. The Gu master was sealed in the ice cube. His face still had the panic and fear from before his death, but he had already lost all signs of life. It was not that Bai Ningbing did not have a rank 3 Gu worm, but once he used it, the rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be greatly consumed, and he would not be able to display the power of a rank 3 Gu worm. This made it easier for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack in the following period of time. But Xiongli and the others were already scared stiff by this blue bird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ningbing did not continue his attack, but turned around and tried to leave the battlefield. This was a wise move. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to him. Damn it, Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have the guts. Brother Xiong Xian was also killed by him, kill him and take revenge for brother Xiong Xian. Xiongli and the others shouted angrily, but could not catch up. Originally, the four of them could barely form an encirclement, but now that they lost one person, the encirclement was broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this moment, a moonblade flew out from the dense grass, and at the same time, a figure pounced out. Clang! Bai Ningbing waved the weapon in his hand, dispersing the moonblade. But his abdomen was kicked by the person, and he staggered back 3 steps. Using this time, Xiongli and the others rushed over again, surrounding Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not even look at Xiongli and the others, but stared at the person, laughing coldly. You finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xionglin's eyes brightened, feeling a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, you did well. Xiongjiang was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Xiongli was silent. He looked crude, but his thoughts were much more meticulous than normal people. Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier, but now he suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle? This thought made him feel slightly uneasy. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp, but his heart was slightly heavy. Bai Ningbing's action of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was well aware of his plan, seeing through it at a glance, but so what? He had to appear. Fang Yuan naturally saw Xiong Li's expression, and he had expected it. Don't worry, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've already informed the clan, as long as we hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive. Xiong Li immediately felt relieved. Xiong Lin and Xiong Zhang's fighting spirit increased greatly, while Bai Ningbing suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha, so his name is Fang Yuan, what an interesting guy. I want to kill you more and more. I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward. Bai Ningbing, the heavens want you dead, you're dead this time. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth and rammed into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you're too arrogant, I'll make you pay the price today. Xiong Lin shouted angrily, circling to Bai Ningbing's back. Fang Yuan, step back a little, and hold the line for us, just stop Bai Ningbing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would instead destroy their tacit cooperation. The battle began again. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, and he continued to attack, ignoring Xiong Li's words. Xiong Li and the other two were originally frowning. An outsider's attack would cause the battle formation to become chaotic, and there would be mistakes in cooperation. But Fang Yuan's every attack was sharp and ruthless, and he had an extremely accurate grasp of opportunities, which was a huge help to them. At first, Xiong Li still roared at him, but very quickly, Xiong Li himself closed his mouth. His originally tightly frowned brows raised slightly, showing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not attack much, but he always hit the vital points of the battle. Once a master-level method was displayed, he immediately gained control of the battle situation. Xiong Li's group of 5 was at a disadvantage against Bai Ningbing, and even killed 2 of his members. But once Fang Yuan joined in, he cooperated with Xiong Li and the other 2, firmly suppressing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, go and die. Xiong Li let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air, and landed heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined, forming a fist, and fiercely smashed towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared in time, and at the same time shot out a moon blade, blocking the direction in which he attempted to jump. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to take Xiong Li's heavy attack head-on. Water Shield Gu. He breathed out 2 streams of water vapor from his nostrils, immediately forming a water ball barrier around his body. With a boom, Xiong Li's heavy fist hit the barrier, and immediately broke it. But because of this, his fist lost all momentum, allowing Bai Ningbing to survive this crisis. Even so, Xiong Li still glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing deep admiration. If not for Fang Yuan's ingenious coordination, his attack would have been dodged by Bai Ningbing. He would not have forced Bai Ningbing to fight so recklessly, indirectly causing his primeval essence to be depleted. Water Shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not care about Xiong Li's gaze, focusing on Bai Ningbing, his brows slightly furrowed. It was this Water Shield Gu that repeatedly allowed Bai Ningbing to escape from danger. The defensive ability of the Water Shield Gu was even better than the White Jade Gu. But it also had a huge flaw, and that was that it had to be in a spherical shape, and rely on the flowing water to continuously reduce the force and spread the damage. Only then would it be able to display its greatest defensive ability. If Bai Ningbing's back was against the mountain wall, he would not be able to form a spherical barrier, and his defensive ability would be greatly reduced. There were many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but Bai Ningbing had always been careful, and had never been forced into a corner. As long as I break this Water Shield Gu, Bai Ningbing will be in a predicament. But what should I do? Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Bai Ningbing suddenly opened his mouth, and another blue ice bird flew out from his mouth. Xiong Li and the rest were afraid of this attack, but Fang Yuan had no fear. He snorted coldly, and shot out a moon blade. With a bang, the moon blade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ningbing gave a low growl. He was too close, and after the ice bird exploded, the shockwave hit him instead. The shockwave sent him flying, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, half of his left arm was frozen, and he lost his ability to fight. Perfect opportunity. Xiong Li saw this, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He shouted, "Go die!" His hands formed a fist, and punched towards Bai Ningbing. This attack was extremely powerful, and Bai Ningbing fell to the ground, unable to display even half of the Water Shield Gu's defensive ability. If he was hit in the head by this fist, he, Bai Ningbing, would die instantly, and there would be no second outcome. Chapter 139. Seeing that Xiong Li's fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang revealed joyful expressions. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, a deep light flashing in his eyes. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out, the flesh on his right hand and forearm suddenly turned into a transparent light blue ice, and from the outside, his bones could be seen clearly. His fingers formed a palm blade, and like lightning, he directly pierced through Xiong Li's heart. Ah! Xiong Li's pouncing body was immediately stopped. His eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. How could this be? Lord Xiong Li. The sudden turn of events made Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin unable to accept it. Do you really think that my right arm was really fractured by your punch? How naive. I have already used the rank 3 ice muscles Gu to cultivate this ice muscle, and its defense is outstanding. The reason why I kept pretending was only to give someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly stood up, his eyes revealing a disdainful smile. At the end of his words, he glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and he also stared at him. Puff. Bai Ningbing. Xiong Li opened his mouth, and spat out his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand emitted cold air, and directly froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Despicable and treacherous fellow, I'll fight you to the death. Xiong Lin personally witnessed Xiong Li's death, and under the immense pain and agony, he erupted like a volcano, charging towards Bai Ningbing without a care. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, stopping Xiong Lin. Leader is already dead, we are no longer his match. Quickly leave, I'll hold up the rear. Xiong Jiang forcefully endured the pain, and shouted. Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin stood blankly on the spot, his eyes red. Xiong Jiang waved his hand, throwing him behind him, and then took a step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Death Gu. The shadow under his feet suddenly came to life and strangely distorted, connecting to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have Shadow Bond Gu, once I am injured, Bai Ningbing will also be injured. He won't be able to kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you're still young, and your talent is even better than team leader and I, hurry up and leave. Xiong Jiang's eyes locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted. Big brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, how could he not know the drawbacks of the Shadow Bond Gu? In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had also used this Gu worm, but as long as Bai Ningbing had enough distance, the shadow would break. Xiong Jiang's words were just to comfort him. Moreover, right now, Xiong Jiang didn't have enough Xin Yuan and had already consumed a lot of it. Even the roaming zombie Gu stopped activating. Xiong Lin's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He turned around and glared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why haven't the reinforcements you mentioned arrived yet? Fang Yuan didn't answer. He just stared at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right hand. After a while, his right hand returned to normal. He sneered in a mocking tone, reinforcements. He, if they were here, they would have arrived long ago. These words are a lie. TSK, you two are more naive than the other. Do you really think a small trick like the Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He disdainfully looked at the shadow under his feet, not caring at all. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fists, his eyes spewing fire as he roared. Fang Yuan ignored him and looked at Bai Ningbing, his lips curling into a knowing smile. That move just now must have consumed a lot of your primeval essence, right? After fighting for so long, how much primeval essence is left in your aperture? The Gu worm that Xiong Li used for defense was only slightly weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu. But it was directly penetrated by Bai Ningbing. Such an attack was clearly not something a rank 2 Gu worm could possess. According to the scene just now, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing should have used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was very powerful and was famous among the rank 3 Gu worms. But if it was used excessively, it would harm the user. Joint problems were only a minor symptom, but in serious cases, the body's muscles would be frozen, thus it needed to be used together with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his skin had already become ice muscles, and could resist frost and cold. Using this Frost Demon Gu could be said to complement each other. But Bai Ningbing had used rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, and would definitely consume a lot of primeval essence. But he had to use such a strong method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his primeval essence, allowing Fang Yuan to see through him. Thus, after killing Xiong Li, he did not attack immediately, but used words to gain time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding calmly and admitting, "That's right, I do not have much primeval essence left. I endured not using my right arm to bait you into attacking. But you did not fall for it, he. The real battle has just begun, isn't it?" Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes. If Bai Ningbing denied this, he could attack boldly. But now, Bai Ningbing directly admitted it, with a fearless expression. Other than Bai Ningbing being a person who was about to die and was indifferent to life and death, he probably still had a strong trump card, thus giving him confidence. Ordinary Gu masters would only have 3 to 5 Gu worms. Even the likes of Qing Shu and Qi Shan were the same. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, Fang Yuan had Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, for flavor liquor worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Ear Grass and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had as many as 7 Gu worms in his hands. Bai Ningbing was the hope of the Bai clan, a top genius who possessed the northern dark ice soul physique. From the start of his cultivation until now, he had received the clan's full support. His wealth was definitely much deeper than Fang Yuan's. From the start of the battle, he had already displayed at least 6 different Gu worms. Fang Yuan was almost certain that he had other Gu worms. And it was these Gu worms that allowed him to remain calm despite his lack of primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome opponent was Bai Ningbing. Not only did he have talent, he was not afraid of death and had large numbers of Gu worms. These 3 points were crucial to the outcome of a Gu master's battle. Especially Gu worms. A strong Gu worm, or a Gu worm with strange abilities, could often allow a Gu master to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm, even Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu's defense could be penetrated by it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Ningbing directly. Fang Yuan used Gu Yue, Man Shi, Xiong Li and the others to probe Bai Ningbing's abilities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In terms of talent, Fang Yuan was only C grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was like heaven and earth. Bai Ningbing had started cultivating earlier, and with the clan's full support, his Gu worms were even better than Fang Yuan's. In terms of temperament, Bai Ningbing, who was not afraid of death, was almost invulnerable. Between the two, Bai Ningbing was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. This was a fact that had to be acknowledged and accepted. But the reason why battles were exciting was because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not necessarily fall. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to win as the weak, but he had to use all his methods and strength. Gu Yue and Man Shi are just the beginning, and Xiong Li's group is not the end. Thinking in his heart, Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. A moon blade flew out, and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and his face changed color. Fang Yuan's moonblade did not attack him, but beheaded Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly change sides. Bai Ningbing gave him too much pressure, and all his attention was focused on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence in his body, and to conserve it, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, which led to Fang Yuan's one-hit kill. Puff! Bai Ningbing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood flowed out of his ears, nose and even the corners of his eyes. Since the start of the battle, this was the most serious injury he had suffered. Shadow Bond Gu. With the effect of damage linkage, no matter how much damage the Gu master with the Shadow Bond Gu suffered, the linked person would suffer 1/10 of the damage. Now that Xiong Jiang was dead, his injuries would naturally be transmitted to Bai Ningbing through the shadow link. This kind of injury had a direct effect, and even if Bai Ningbing used the water shield Gu, he would not be able to block it effectively. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? A second later, Xiong Lin recovered from his daze, and he let out a shrill and angry roar. Fang Yuan ignored him, and his body shone with a white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had suffered such a serious injury, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His head was dizzy, and his battle strength fell sharply. He saw Fang Yuan charging towards him, and quickly retreated. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want to have a life and death battle with me? Fang Yuan chased closely behind him. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, and continued to run. He staggered, but forced himself to stay focused, ignoring Fang Yuan's provocation. Although he knew he was going to die, and was not afraid of death, he was not stupid. Danger was everywhere, but his heart became calmer. Xiong Lin stood on the spot, and did not choose to help Fang Yuan chase after Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing, and also hated Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang Yuan chased each other, traversing through the mountains and ridges. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually healed, and his nose and eyes no longer bled. At the same time, his staggered footsteps became lighter and lighter. He was not blindly running, but in the process, he secretly used goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan chased, and was secretly shocked. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had almost used up all his primeval essence, but the time he gained along the way, the primeval essence he recovered was enough for him to heal his injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude, what kind of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he understood, the more determined Fang Yuan became to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fang Yuan threw out a moonblade, and a basin-sized eerie blue moonblade flew out, piercing through the air and emitting a whistling sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound, and tried to dodge, but his arm was still cut. A wound appeared, and blood gushed out, but a thin layer of frost quickly appeared on the wound, stopping the bleeding. Bai Ningbing had already cultivated ice muscles, and once this skin was formed, it was like the black and white boar goo's strength, no longer needing primeval essence to support it. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. His old injuries could not be healed, but new ones appeared. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to torture him to death. Chapter 140. He, no one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. Fang Yuan, you are really interesting. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent coming from Fang Yuan made him feel like he could not breathe. To him, this was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, giving rise to a morbid excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Take this. He suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a black goo worm. Fang Yuan's footsteps slowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. But when he got closer, he found that this goo worm was Xiongzhan's plunder goo. Pa! With a soft sound, Fang Yuan caught the goo worm in his hand. The plunder goo was a black beetle of normal size, with a pair of pincers at the front of its head. There were small white spots on its back. Spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked, and with a spurt of primeval essence, the plunder goo was refined and kept in his aperture. He continued to chase. Bai Ningbing even used such a method, it meant that his injuries were severe, and he was at the end of his rope. But because of this pause, the distance that Fang Yuan had closed with great difficulty was pulled further apart. It is a pity that I lack a movement support goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing long ago. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo in an instant? Bai Ningbing was shocked. He had refined this plunder goo for many days, and although he had some progress, the process was difficult and he did not succeed. This was because Xiongzhan's death was indirectly related to him. This plunder goo's will originated from Xiongzhan, thus it hated Bai Ningbing even more, and increased the difficulty of refining it. But Fang Yuan refined the plunder goo in an instant. Bai Ningbing saw this from the corner of his eye, and his heart turned cold and shocked. Some special goo worms could achieve such an effect. But Bai Ningbing had never had one, but Fang Yuan had one. He couldn't help but fear Fang Yuan even more. The image of Fang Yuan in his heart became even more dangerous and mysterious. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank. As time passed, Bai Ningbing recovered more true essence, and her injuries became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become smaller and smaller. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. If this continued, Bai Ningbing's injuries and true essence would soon have a considerable recovery. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonglow goo to heal his injuries, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's aptitude was too outstanding and could be said to be blessed by heaven. The recovery rate of his Jinqi was even faster than Fang Yuan absorbing the Yuan stone. Unless we encounter a pack of wolves ahead and are surrounded. Or the appearance of a Gu Master group could temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it's the Bai family's team, then I'll be in danger. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, and he was already thinking of retreating. Their chase was very long, but they didn't encounter a pack of wolves or a Gu Master group. This meant that Bai Ningbing, who knew the direction of escape, also had an investigative Gu worm and was able to evade in advance. Qing Mao Mountain was huge, and they could escape in all directions. Fang Yuan couldn't let Bai Ningbing only choose one direction to escape in. The most important thing when facing the wolf tide is to stay together and not get separated by the wolf pack. Once we get separated, it'll be dangerous, Guyue Qing Shu said to Fang Zheng as they hurried. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend and defeat them head-on. But if it's the frenzy lightning wolf pack, we need to retreat first, then use the signal Gu and wait for the surrounding Gu master groups to gather. We need at least 3 groups to have the confidence to defeat the frenzy lightning wolf pack. Of course, the opponent in the wolf tide is not only lightning wolves, but also Gu masters. Saying so, Guyue Qing Shu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Obviously, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing went around challenging others, purposely suppressing his cultivation and only using rank 2 red steel primeval essence to find trouble with Xiongli, Qi Shan, and the others. In his words, Guyue Qing Shu was his next target. If we meet Bai Ningbing. Guyue Qing Shu continued, if we can avoid fighting, it's best not to. When Fang Zheng heard that, he could not help but feel indignant. In his heart, although Guyue Qing Shu looked gentle on the outside, he was strong on the inside and had his principles. From Guyue Qing Shu, he felt a strong sense of kinship. He respected and loved Guyue Qing Shu, and naturally didn't want Bai Ningbing to surpass him. Everyone is talking about Bai Ningbing, what kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The other 3 people in the group couldn't help but fall silent. Guyue Qing Shu smiled warmly at Fang Zheng, he is Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng, listen carefully. You are still young and have a great talent, you might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you grow up, it's best not to have a direct conflict with him. Do you still remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising your head, sometimes, people need to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked at Qing Shu, and when his gaze met Qing Shu's gentle eyes, he nodded and replied, I understand, don't worry big brother Qing Shu. That's good. Qing Shu said, but suddenly the investigative Gu master in the group said, not far ahead, there is a Gu master running quickly. Everyone's expression changed. Healing Gu Master Guyue Yao Hong said with a serious expression, it should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack, let's go and save them. Fang Zheng blurted out, could it be Bai Ningbing, isn't he a lone wolf? It could be, it could also not be. But if it really is a lone Gu Master, no matter which village he is from, he is our ally now. We should go and save them. Guyue Qing Shu said, and took the lead to change their direction. The 4 people by his side naturally followed closely behind. But very quickly, the investigative Gu Master said, it's not just one Gu Master, not far behind the first Gu Master, there is another Gu Master. So there are 2 Gu Masters. Then it should be like what Big Sister Yao Hong said. It should be a small group that got separated by the wolf pack. Guyue Fang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. Guyue Qing Shu's expression did not change, but the other 3's expressions relaxed. Right now, if one looked from a bird's eye view, Qing Shu group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were getting closer to each other on the rugged mountain road. Bai Ningbing's expression changed slightly. He had an investigative Gu worm, and sensed a 5-man Gu master group heading towards them. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had an investigative goo worm, he could not accurately determine the identity of the person. Every goo worm only had one ability. There were advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Take Fang Yuan's Earth Communication Ear Grass for example, it was the same. It could hear sounds, and was most sensitive to footsteps. But it could not determine the gender of the person. And if a goo master used the silent steps goo to conceal their footsteps, he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who they were, Bai Ningbing chose to retreat for safety reasons. But this time, the situation was different. Qing Shu group was made up of elites, and their investigative goo masters were also skilled. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan also sensed the existence of Qing Shu group. As he ran, the whiskers on his right ear fluttered. Because he was not rooted in the ground, his investigative range was not even half of his peak. Bai Ningbing changed his direction again. But Qing Shu group quickly changed their direction. This time, be it Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were smart, and immediately understood, this unknown small group was the biggest change, and would definitely affect the final result of this battle. If it is a Bai clan group, then I will immediately use the stealth scales goo to retreat. But if it is from the other two villages, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He also knew that this choice of his carried an element of risk. If it was a Bai clan goo master with an invisibility detection method, then he would be in a desperate situation. But if he lost this opportunity, it would be hard to find another chance to kill Bai Ningbing. Moreover, no matter which goo master it was, Fang Yuan had a 2/3 chance of winning, while Bai Ningbing only had a 1/3 chance. Fang Yuan had no reason not to take the gamble. As they ran, the two sides got closer. We're almost there, just behind that corner. The investigative goo master pointed at the corner on the mountain path. Everyone couldn't help but slow down their footsteps, waiting for the upcoming rendezvous. A white figure suddenly turned the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing. Fang Zheng blurted out. Of course he had seen Bai Ningbing's portrait. The faces of the other four, even Qing Shu couldn't help but darken. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, looks like he encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. Serves him right. Alone in the wolf tide, what is he trying to do? For a moment, no one took the initiative to face him. Bai Ningbing's demeanor and actions clearly showed that she was running away. This made Qing Shu and the others feel pleased when they saw this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from the corner, Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I will kill you today. He said this with the intention of probing. Using the Earth Communication Ear Grass, he knew that the other side of the corner was the unknown 5-man team. If it was the Bai clan team, his question would naturally lead to an intense rebuttal. At the corner, Gu Yue, Qing Shu, and the others heard his words and stared with their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is chasing after Bai Ningbing. Are you kidding me? How could something like this happen? Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state. Then who is the person behind him? Gu Yue, Yao Hong and the others looked at each other, seeing the shock on each other's faces. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was surprised and suspicious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan had already turned the corner. Huh? Gu Yue and Qing Shu's originally serious expression suddenly froze. The other four had their eyes wide open, but when they saw Fang Yuan appear, their eyes almost fell out. This. Gu Yue and Yao Hong opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Brother! Fang Zheng was flabbergasted. It's him. Even with Gu Yue and Qing Shu's extraordinary composure, they were also shocked. Chapter 141. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain. With his strength alone, he changed the power structure of the three great clans. The moment he started cultivating, he took the lead, making all the A-grade geniuses pale in comparison. No one would doubt his future achievements. Even his enemies had no choice but to admit this. But now, someone was chasing after him, forcing him to flee in such a pathetic manner. This was something that Qing Shu and the rest did not expect. What made them even more shocked was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was Fang Yuan of the same clan. Their impression of Fang Yuan was still at the arena, and the incident where he helped the clan chase away the river-swallowing toad. And because Fang Yuan admitted defeat to Xiongli, it made them underestimate his true strength. When did Fang Yuan become so strong? The crowd found this hard to accept. Fang Yuan turned the corner. Guyue Qing Shu. When he saw the figures of the Qing Shu team, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Looks like I've won this time. Bai Ningbing, looks like today is the day you die. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan shouted, "Little brother, you're here. This is great, quickly stop Bai Ningbing." Not only did he kill Xiong Li's team, he also killed Guyue Manshur and the rest of my clan. This is a heinous crime. What? Our three great clans have signed an alliance agreement. No, if it's Bai Ningbing, he can do anything he wants. I see. No wonder Fang Yuan could chase after Bai Ningbing. Qing Shu and the rest were shocked and enlightened. Looks like Bai Ningbing had lost his mind. After a few fierce battles, his battle strength had fallen to the lowest point, and Fang Yuan coincidentally gained the upper hand. Am I, Bai Ningbing, really going to die here? No, my primeval essence is barely enough to self-detonate the frost demon parasites. I still have hope of winning. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart. In front of him was the Qingshu team, and behind him was Fang Yuan's pursuit. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. In fact, there was a rift between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. Of course, Fang Zheng would not listen to Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing didn't know this. As an outsider, looking at Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan's similar appearance, Bai Ningbing made a firm decision. He suddenly raised his right arm and poured all the primeval essence he had accumulated in his aperture into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The flesh and blood on his right arm once again turned into light blue ice. Outside the ice, one could clearly see his white arm bones. Bang! With a loud explosion, Bai Ningbing's entire right arm suddenly exploded. For a moment, clouds and mist rose, and a strong chill spread in all directions. Kacha! In this hot summer, pure white frost spread on the narrow mountain path, covering the soil and swallowing the trees. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. He actually abandoned his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was stunned by Bai Ningbing's ruthlessness. Quickly retreat. Guyue and Qing Shu grabbed Fang Zheng and quickly retreated. Large tracts of ice and frost surged towards them like waves. If they were really frozen, it would be troublesome. Not only the Qing Shu team, Fang Yuan was no exception. He retreated 100 steps before the frost gradually stopped. Originally, this mountain path was lush and verdant, with fragrant grass and lush trees. But now, it had become a world of frost. The trees were all frozen, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Fang Yuan stepped on the thick snow and walked into the center of the mountain path. He saw Bai Ningbing's entire body was frozen in ice. Like an insect in amber, his expression still showed his savagery, determination and viciousness. He has already committed suicide. The Qingshu team also rushed over. Seeing this, Fang Zheng muttered. No. Qingshu's expression was very solemn. Bai Ningbing has already cultivated ice muscles. This layer of ice won't freeze him to death. Instead, it has become his protective armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing and swung his hand with a crescent blade. Crack! The crescent blade landed on the ice on Bai Ningbing's body, making a crisp sound. On the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide, and long ice crystal, there was only a shallow knife mark. But soon, the chill in the ice crystal spread again, making up for the knife mark. Fang Yuan, is what you said true? Qing Shu turned his gaze to Fang Yuan and asked. Of course. Xiong Lin from the Xiongli team is still alive and can testify. We can't stay here for long. I'll tell you the details later. It's more important to leave this place first. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He already had the intention to leave. He couldn't cut off this layer of ice crystal. Even if they worked together to remove it, it would take a lot of time and consume a lot of primeval essence. Once Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their battle strength would drop, while his primeval essence would be fully recovered. Once the battle started, the situation would not be optimistic. Leave? Why do we have to leave? Fang Zhen couldn't help but ask loudly. Bai Ningbing has already lost his right arm. After the intense battle, his body and mind are exhausted. We can break this layer of ice crystal and at the same time launch the clan's signal goo. With the clan's strength, we can eliminate him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone's heart moved at these words. Since Fang Yuan can chase after Bai Ningbing, why can't we do it? The Gu masters looked at each other, thinking of this in their hearts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will be the heroes of the Guyue clan. But if we kill him, aren't we afraid of the Bai clan starting a war? Now is the wolf tide. No, because of the wolf tide, even if we kill Bai Ningbing, the Bai clan will have to swallow this bitter fruit. That's right, the dead geniuses are not geniuses. The group members started discussing, their eyes filled with the yearning for fame and glory. So stupid, how can you imagine the power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, laughing coldly in his heart. These people were courting death, he wasn't going to accompany them. Guyue Qing Shu also started to hesitate. He had a deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing compared to the others. He didn't know the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, and didn't really yearn for the fame of killing Bai Ningbing. He didn't care about fame and wealth, and was once the next clan leader Guyue Bo was nurturing. For Fang Zheng, he gave up this position. What he truly cared about was the clan's benefits, and his heart belonged to the clan. The rise of the Bai clan is all because of Bai Ningbing. If I kill Bai Ningbing, then my Guyue clan will still be the #1 clan in Qing Mao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing has rank 3 cultivation, I have the wood charm gu, and have the ability to fight against a rank 3 gu master. Moreover, he just lost his right arm, and won't be able to get used to it in a short period of time. This will be the biggest flaw in a life and death battle. Thinking of this, Guyue Qing Shu's eyes focused. Fang Yuan had been observing Qing Shu's expression, and looking at him now, he understood his choice. Guyue Qing Shu, if he disregards the consequences and uses the wood charm gu, he will be much stronger than ordinary rank 3 gu masters, and have the ability to fight above his rank. But against Bai Ningbing, who has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally return to rank 3 realm. Now that he has enough time in the ice crystal, he can remove this layer of suppression. When he breaks out of the ice, he will most likely be a rank 3 gu master. Bai Ningbing had strong innate talent, and when he was at rank 2, Fang Yuan had to borrow external strength to contend against him. Once he becomes rank 3, his battle strength would increase by several times. At the same time, Fang Yuan was the culprit who caused him to lose his right arm. Once they fought, with his reckless nature, he would definitely make Fang Yuan his primary target. Moreover, in front of Guyue Qing Shu, Fang Yuan had some misgivings, and did not want to show his true battle strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave, and regardless of other people's persuasion, he resolutely left the battlefield. He really left? What a coward. It's good that he left. If he interferes, it will instead destroy our tacit cooperation. When I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing earlier, I was really shocked. Now it seems that Fang Yuan is still Fang Yuan, a coward who actually admitted defeat in the Gu Battle Convention. Speak less, everyone has their own ambitions. At least before he left, he told us a lot of the latest information about Bai Ningbing. Moreover, if he returns to the village to report, we will not lack reinforcements. Qing Shu looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. Leader, your temper is too good. Why do you need to absolve a coward like Fang Yuan? That's right, although Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's younger brother, in my opinion, the two brothers are like heaven and earth. I actually rarely talk to Fang Yuan anymore. Fang Zheng's face turned red, feeling ashamed for Fang Yuan's desertion. Fang Zheng, you leave too. Guyue Qing Shu suddenly said. What? Fang Zheng's eyes instantly widened. You are the only A-grade genius in our clan, we cannot lose you. Although Bai Ningbing lost an arm, the following battle will definitely be extremely dangerous. For the clan, we can all die, but you, Fang Zheng, cannot die. Guyue Qing Shu's words caused the other four to be moved. Well said. With a bright laugh, an elderly Gu master appeared. Lord Clan Elder. Fang Zheng quickly greeted. He recognized this person, it was a very senior clan elder in the clan. The clan elder walked closer, looking at Guyue Qing Shu with an admiring gaze. Guyue Bo has adopted a good godson, able to fight to the death for the clan. With this kind of resolve, why would we worry about our Guyue clan not growing stronger? Fang Zheng had not grown up yet. Ever since Wang Er's assassination, the clan had sent an elder to follow Fang Zheng at all times, playing the role of protection. But Fang Zheng, you don't need to participate in the battle, but you also don't need to go back. Isn't it just Bai Ningbing? I've always heard people say how amazing he is, saying that he already has the clan elder's strength. Now it seems he is just a brat. How much battle experience can he have? Harming himself at the drop of a hat, too inexperienced. The elderly Gu master snorted in disdain. Guyue Qing Shu wanted to stick to his point, but it was not good to refute the elder's idea. As a junior, he had to respect the old and cherish the young. How could he refute and question the elders at the drop of a hat? Chapter 142. The time that Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice was earlier than anyone had expected. The ice crystal first cracked, the cracks spreading and expanding, before completely breaking apart. The clan elder, Guyue Qing Shu, Guyue Yao Hong and the rest had already surrounded him. Guyue Fang Zheng was standing on a hill far away, watching the battle from a high vantage point while remaining vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appeared, he would immediately warn them. Bai Ningbing, you dared to kill my clan's Gu master, openly violating the three-clan alliance. A life for a life, it is only right and proper. What else do you have to say? The clan elder snorted coldly. Bai Ningbing ignored him, instead looking down at his right arm. He stretched out his left hand in vain, but on the right side of his body, he only felt empty air. His brows gradually furrowed, his expression as gloomy as water, lightning flashing between his brows. He actually forced me to cut off my right arm, that guy is called Fang Yuan right? From how Xiongli, Qing Shu, and the rest called him, Bai Ningbing already knew Fang Yuan's name. As he said this, Bai Ningbing's blue crystal eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. His whole body emitted the aura of a rank 3 Gu master. Just as Fang Yuan expected, he could suppress his cultivation, so naturally he could also remove this seal. But in the previous battles, he did not have enough time to remove this seal. Now with his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence, his aperture was filled to the brim. The heavy primeval essence brought a huge pressure to the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew, right now, he was moving towards destruction. A Gu master's aperture produces primeval essence, and in turn, the primeval essence would nourish the aperture. In fact, as long as the primeval essence exists in the aperture, it would have a nourishing effect on the aperture walls. But this effect was not obvious, far from the effect of a Gu master actively expending primeval essence. Just like the calm sea water, it would still have a corrosive effect on the surrounding reefs. It was just that this effect was not as obvious as the waves hitting the reefs. But for the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, after reaching rank 3, even if one did not consume primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence was stored in the aperture, the effect of nourishing the aperture walls would be the same as a normal goo master consuming primeval essence. This was the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. It could allow a goo master's cultivation to rise rapidly. Moreover, this nourishing effect would become stronger and stronger as one's quintessential essence increased. At rank 4, as long as there is primeval essence in the aperture can be nurtured, and the effect is several times better than normal goo masters actively expending primeval essence. For ordinary goo masters, the higher their realm, the slower their cultivation speed. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the exact opposite. The higher the physique, the stronger the physique, and the faster the cultivation speed. Until the goo master self-detonated. To make an analogy, it was like a person free-falling from a high altitude. The lower he went, the faster he went. When he fell to the ground, the worse he fell. The cultivation of the 10 extreme physiques was to fall from the highest point. The speed of cultivation was getting faster and faster, but it only brought about a short period of glory in the process of falling, and the fear of impending death. Like a meteor falling to the ground, or a moth flying into a flame, when he reached his most glorious moment, that would be the time of his death. Earlier, Bai Ning Bing took the initiative to dilute his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence. That was the reason. Now that his aperture was once again filled with white-silver primeval essence, Bai Ning Bing could feel that his cultivation was slowly accumulating and improving every minute and second. He actually forced me to use my white-silver primeval essence, and even sacrificed the frost demon goo. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ning Bing's killing intent became denser. As he asked, his blue eyes swept around, but he did not find Fang Yuan's figure. The frost demon goo that he self-detonated was a rank 3 goo. He had failed 3 times, and expended a large amount of resources before he succeeded in fusing it. Now that it's self-detonated, it was a pity. Although Bai Ning Bing advanced to rank 3, it had not been long. Even with the clan's nurturing, he could not enjoy the resources alone. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 goo. Now that he sacrificed the frost demon goo, only the blue bird ice coffin goo was left. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Since young, he had never suffered such a huge loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he would have already attacked crazily, and no one would be able to stop him. Bai Ning Bing's disregard made the Guyue clan elder feel a great humiliation. Arrogant brat, eat this old man's crescent blade slash. He shouted loudly and pounced forward. Humph. Bai Ning Bing swung his left arm, and the cold air instantly formed into a slender ice blade. The ice blade that he had condensed before was only a meter long, but now it was 2 meters long, and the ice blade was even sharper, emitting cold air. Clang. The elder raised his hands, flickering with moonlight. Clashing with the ice blade, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The elder's face was filled with shock, and he took a step back, clasping his palms together and slashing diagonally. Golden moon slash. A crescent moon blade that was 1 meter long and completely golden gave off a trace of a domineering aura as it shot out. The golden moonlight shone on Bai Ning Bing's pale face, and he laughed coldly, raising the ice blade in his left hand and slashing. Clang! The moon blade and ice blade collided, and the golden moon disappeared, while the ice blade also shattered into small ice shards. This is a battle between rank 3 goo masters. So strong. Be it the ice blade or the golden moon blade, I can't block them. From afar, Fangzhen was dazzled, not fully understanding the situation. How can this be? It is clearly a rank 2 ice blade goo, but it blocked my rank 3 moon blade and golden moon. The elder stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique had an amplifying effect on ice and water-related goo worms. And this amplification, the higher the goo master's cultivation, the greater the extent. When Bai Ningbing was rank 3, he could use rank 2 goo worms with rank 3 power. When he was rank 4, using rank 4 goo worms, the effect could even surpass rank 5. Previously, Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation and only retained the recovery ability of his primeval essence. Now that he removed the suppression and returned to rank 3, the true power of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique could be seen. Humph, old thing, there are still many things you don't know. Bai Ningbing's feet stopped, and the ice blade in his hand stretched out horizontally and started to spin crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, amidst the intense wind, he spun faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and in just 2 breaths' time, a 5-meter-tall ice blade storm had formed on the spot. The wind was like a tornado, and the pure white frost aura surged and spread, freezing people's limbs. Quick, hide! Even the elders didn't dare to take the brunt of the attack head-on as they hurriedly dodged. But the other rank 2 goo masters could not dodge in time. The ice blade storm swept over at a speed that was more than 3 times faster than before. Ah! 2 male goo masters were unfortunately swept into the storm, and their screams stopped. In an instant, they were chopped into countless pieces by the ice blades, losing their lives on the spot. Save me! Guyue Yao Hong screamed in panic, as she was about to be swept into the storm and die. Green vine goo. Guyue Qing Shu's palm emitted green vines, and the vines coiled around Guyue Yao Hong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to pull her back, the ice blade storm had already swept over, swallowing Guyue Yao Hong in one gulp. Crack crack crack. The ice blade cut through the female goo master in an instant, cutting her into 5 to 6 parts. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen by the cold air. Following that, these 5 to 6 parts continued to be cut apart, turning into palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong. Qing Shu's eyes widened as he saw this. Sister Yao Hong. On the slope, Fang Zheng could not accept such a tragic scene, and knelt on the ground in a daze, tears flowing down his face. Damn it! Steel cloak goo. The clan elder took a deep breath, and his body emitted a black light, as if he was wearing a layer of steel armor. He used his arms to protect his face, and his legs flew, charging straight towards the ice blade storm. Clang clang clang. He courageously charged into the storm. In just a few breaths' time, the ice blades cut the clan elder's body countless times, making crisp sounds. After a moment of stalemate, the storm abruptly stopped. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder stood facing each other. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Bai Ningbing's pair of blue eyes became even purer. His white clothes and white hair fluttered in the cold wind. The ice blade in his left hand had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from piercing the clan elder's heart. Eh. The elder slowly lowered his head and stared at his left chest, letting out a sound of helplessness and astonishment. Bai Ningbing let go of his left hand, directly abandoning the ice blade, and walked towards Guyue Qing Shu, passing by the clan elder. Behind him, the clan elder's face and body were gradually covered in a layer of blue frost, and he fell to the ground with a plop, never to get up again. From afar, Fang Zheng, who saw this, his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and an intense fear invaded his entire body. All of this was beyond his imagination. A grand rank 3 clan elder, died just like that. How could this Bai Ningbing be so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can give you a quick death. Bai Ningbing walked towards Guyue Qing Shu. Bai Ningbing. Guyue Qing Shu let out a deep sigh, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought no less than 10 times, you are getting stronger and stronger, and now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot make me betray my clansmen. Let's fight. With just you. Hee hee. Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain, turning to look at Fang Zheng, slightly raising his eyebrows. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Guyue Qing Shu's expression changed, and he took a big step forward, blocking Bai Ningbing. don't even think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's expression sank. You are an interesting opponent, keeping you alive can add some fun to my life. But my mood is terrible now, don't be ungrateful. Obediently tell me, where did Fang Yuan escape to? Guyue Qingshu used his actions to give the most direct answer. He slowly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. Would charm Gu. Chapter 143. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu, Qingshu's eyes turned emerald green. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed. From a lively human aura, it turned into a deep and serene forest aura. Bai Ningbing could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. He curled his lips unconcernedly. It seems I have not fought with you for a long time, you have some interesting methods now. Icicle Gu. With a thought, 5 sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Go. Bai Ningbing pointed his finger, and the icicles shot out. Crack, crack, crack. 2 vines stretched out from Qingshu's palms. The vines danced in the air, as agile as 2 green snakes, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicles changed direction, brushing past Qingshu's shoulder and shooting into the frozen ground, the hard mountain rocks, and the ice sculpture-like forest. Qingshu used skill to break through force, causing Bai Ningbing to return empty-handed. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, your whip is getting better and better. But I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a faint blue light. 10 icicles appeared at the same time, floating in front of him and shooting towards Qingshu. Next, another 10 icicles condensed. This happened 3 to 5 times, and in the blink of an eye, it became an icicle rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The icicles pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying sound. Qingshu dodged as he waved the green vines in his hands, forming shadows. His whip technique had gone through countless times of bitter training, and had reached the stage where he could control it as he wished. But there were too many icicles, and Qingshu was bound to lose if he defended for too long. In the end, his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle pierced through his right shoulder, and the tip appeared on his back. Pine Needle Gu. Qingshu endured the pain, and with a flick of his long hair, countless jade-colored pine needles shot out. The pine needles flew towards Bai Ningbing, and he activated Water Shield Gu in time. His Water Shield Gu was strengthened, becoming much thicker, reaching a defensive strength no weaker than a rank 3 Gu. The pine needles shot into the water shield, and their speed slowed down, before being expelled by the flowing water in the water shield. However, this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop her icicle attacks. Guyue Qingshu took advantage of this opportunity, endured the pain, and forcibly pulled out the icicle from his shoulder. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. On one hand, it was because of the cold air of the icicles. On the other hand, it was because his body was continuously turning into wood. Bai Ningbing removed the water shield Gu, and his gaze was immediately attracted to Guyue Qingshu's wound. Through the hole in his clothes, he could clearly see Qingshu's wound, revealing the veins of trees, and then healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the newly grown skin, a tree ring pattern was formed. At the same time, Guyue Qingshu's ears began to grow longer. His long hair turned emerald green, and green leaves began to grow from the ends of his hair. His hands also turned from normal flesh and blood to dark and restrained. His skin began to harden and turn brown like tree bark. This was the first time he had disregarded the consequences and used the wood charm Gu. The wood charm Gu caused him to continuously turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Guyue Qingshu could feel the rich natural primeval energy in the air. Ordinary Gu masters could not sense this primeval energy. Only special life forms like tree spirits could sense it, and absorb it to use. Guyue Qingshu felt like he was soaking in a mother liquid, the thick primeval energy wrapped around him, giving him an extremely comfortable feeling. On his body, the moonwhirl goo did not change, but the green vine goo, pine needle goo and vitality leaf were showing signs of growth. When Qing Shu used the identity of a tree spirit to activate these wood element goo worms, their power would also increase. Guyue Qing Shu breathed in deeply, he had never felt so strong before. The rich natural primeval energy in the surroundings allowed him to have an endless supply of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm goo. But at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He knew that if he was greedy for this powerful and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm goo without restraint, then he would eventually become a dead tree man. Everything had a price. Guyue Qing Shu quickly suppressed this fear. He looked at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle began. Green vine and ice blades entangled, icicles and pine needles shot at each other. On one side was the northern dark ice soul physique, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. On the other side was the wood charm tree spirit body, the natural primeval energy was at his disposal. This battle had already surpassed the level of an ordinary rank 3 goo master. Fang Zheng stood on a hill far away, dumbstruck. He had never seen such a hardy and fierce battle. Normally speaking, a goo master's primeval essence was limited, and had to calmly calculate the usage of every bit of primeval essence. Carefully, like treading on thin ice. But now, be it by Ning Bing or Guyue Qing Shu, they were both using it without restraint. It was as if their primeval essence was limitless. The whole mountain path was destroyed by them, giant trees toppled and destroyed, and mountain rocks crumbled and shattered. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Blue bird ice coffin goo. Bai Ning Bing saw an opportunity, and suddenly opened his mouth. An ice blue bird flew out from between his teeth. The bird chirped, its body like a dove. But under the amplification of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually grew to the size of an eagle, and after flying for a while, it pounced towards Guyue Qing Shu. Guyue Qing Shu could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. Bam! After an explosion, Guyue Qing Shu was frozen in an ice crystal the size of a house. It's over. Bai Ning Bing sighed, not having had enough. He looked at Guyue Qing Shu who could not move in the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thank you for providing me with such an interesting experience, this battle was my most exciting battle so far." "Qing Shu, you died a worthy death, I have already remembered it." "Lord Qing Shu." On the slope, Fang Zheng shouted in shock. "What are you shouting for, ant-like thing, the next one is you." Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, walking towards Fang Zheng. But at this time, the sound of the ice crystal shattering entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around, and saw that in the ice crystal, Guyue Qing Shu was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. His body started to grow bigger, and his rank 2 goo master martial attire was soon torn apart. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized green vine leaves grew one after another, intertwining into a dense green color. His fingers turned into sturdy wood, and his arms and legs turned into thick tree branches, with the general shape of his hands and feet remaining. With a bang, the ice crystal shattered completely. Guyue Qing Shu stood up, his appearance was already beyond recognition. The originally delicate and gentle human face had completely turned into the face of a tree spirit with a sharp nose and large eyes. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was incomparably sturdy. His brown tree bark was as thick as armor, covered with large amounts of green leaves and vines. Bai Ning Bing looked at his transformation in shock. Compared to Guyue Qing Shu, he was like a child under the feet of an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm goo?" "This goo is much harder to refine than my frost demon goo." Bai Ning Bing finally thought of the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can directly use the primeval energy in the air, no wonder Guyue Qing Shu's primeval essence is so abundant. He came to a realization, and was even more puzzled. He asked the question in his heart, and said directly, "Qing Shu, you use the wood charm goo like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead tree man?" "So what if you beat me?" You are destined to die. By Ning Bing. Guyue Qingshu's voice became deep and drawn out. I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, both adopted by the clan leader, but we walked on completely different paths. The death of one tree in the forest is nothing. As long as the forest exists, countless trees will grow and rise. Let's have the final battle, my old enemy. Saying so, hundreds of green ancient vines attacked by Ning Bing like giant pythons. For the clan. So foolish. Bai Ning Bing was moved, and quickly retreated. But the green vine's speed was several times faster than before, and soon caught up to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing controlled his body, and nimbly dodged. Green vines as thick as an arm brushed past his body, and smashed into the soil or rocks under his feet. For a moment, soil splattered, and rocks flew everywhere. Water shield Gu. Bai Ning Bing could not dodge in time, and quickly raised his water shield. Qing Shu had already seen through this Gu's weakness, and did not attack forcefully, but controlled the green vines to wrap around the water shield. Then he suddenly retracted his strength, and the water shield Gu immediately made a puchi sound. The water on the surface flowed rapidly, crashing into the green vines, and creating splashes. The water shield could not withstand the green vine's binding strength, and became smaller and smaller, showing signs of collapsing. Not good. Once the water shield breaks, the green vines will bind me, and I will be killed by Guyue Qingshu. Bai Ning Bing, who was inside the water shield, was determined. In the next second, the water shield broke with a bang. Whoosh! An ice blade storm burst out from within, and became bigger and bigger. Bai Ning Bing purposely removed the water shield Gu's defense. Since defense was not enough, he would use offense to fight offense. At once, the temperature fell, and cold air spread everywhere. The pure white ice blade storm charged towards Guyue Qingshu, and the green vines could not block this white ice tornado, and were cut into countless pieces by the ice blades. Good. Guyue Qingshu was not afraid, and his huge body bravely advanced towards the ice blade storm. With a muffled sound, he crashed into the white tornado. He opened his arms, and hugged it. Crack crack crack, the sharp ice blades cut his body, and in an instant, countless green leaves fell, and large amounts of tree bark were cut off. The intense pain of being sliced into pieces came, and Qingshu growled in pain, but did not relax, and gathered all his strength, pulling inwards. The ice blade storm was actually compressed by his strength. Damn it! This madman who does not care about his life. Bai Ning Bing cursed in his heart. This situation was hard to get off, and he could only condense the ice blades, spinning faster and faster, and continue to fight with Guyue Qingshu. The ice blades cut Guyue Qingshu's body, and gradually wore out, but quickly became sharp again under the ice blade Gu's power. The battle was in a stalemate. The battle had broken out of the control of either side, and no one could stop their attacks. Either Guyue Qingshu would kill Bai Ning Bing, or Bai Ning Bing would kill Qingshu. Both sides used offense against offense, and the battle was full of tragedy and desperation. Chapter 144. Fengzheng stood far away, not even daring to breathe loudly. This battle had reached its most crucial moment. Victory or defeat would depend on the result of this clash. Lord Qingshu, do your best. Fengzheng was so nervous that his body was trembling. He knew he would only cause more trouble if he went over. He could only cheer for Guyue Qingshu loudly. As if hearing Fengzheng's voice, the ice blade storm became smaller and smaller, forcibly suppressed by Qingshu. Damn it, I actually encountered a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth, turning slower and slower, but his primeval essence recovery could no longer keep up with the expenditure. He was at his wit's end. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery speed was very fast, but the recovery speed of rank 3 cultivation was slightly inferior to the Wood Charm Gu's natural primeval essence. But if Bai Ningbing cultivated to rank 4, his recovery speed would far surpass the wood charm Gu. However, in a battle of life and death, there were no ifs. Regardless of victory or defeat, the result had to be accepted. Eventually, the ice blade storm stopped, but Guyue Qingshu also paid a heavy price. His hands were the size of carriages, only 2 fingers were left on his left hand, and 3 on his right hand. Both of his palms were mostly cut off by the ice blades. But when his hands gradually closed in the middle, new tree trunks rapidly grew out from his palms, intertwining with each other. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing inside. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. The primeval essence in his body had already dried up. He could only let Qingshu do as he pleased. We won. Seeing this scene from far away, Fangzheng shouted in joy. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart. He watched as the 2 palms got closer and closer. Once the 2 palms completely closed in, he would be squeezed into a bloody meat patty by the huge force. But the palm's speed became slower and slower, stopping in the middle. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong with Guyue Qingshu, and was immediately overjoyed. Damn it, just a bit more. At this moment, Guyue Qingshu was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all feeling, and he had completely turned into a tree. At the same time, he gradually lost the feeling of his internal organs and lungs. The wood charm Gu's power corroded his body. He was about to die. No, it can't end like this. I can still use the green vine Gu. Guyue Qingshu forcefully braced himself and activated the green vine Gu. Thick green vines shot towards Bai Ningbing through the cracks in the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged repeatedly, but he had been through a few battles, and his stamina consumption was too great. In addition, the space in the cage was limited, making it difficult to move around. In the end, a vine wrapped around his right foot and he tripped on the ground. It's over. Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly urged his vines to follow. At the moment of life and death, the primeval essence in Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered to its lowest usable level. He unhesitatingly expended his primeval essence and poured it into the ice blade Gu, forming a new ice blade. The sharpness of the ice blade cut through the green vines that were wrapped around his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled away in a sorry state, barely dodging more than 10 green vines. The green vines shot towards the ground, instantly piercing through the thick ground. Soil flew everywhere, and the green vines attacked again. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, using the ice blade to block with difficulty. The green vines attacked from all directions, and life and death were in the balance. Once Bai Ningbing made a mistake, he would be captured and killed by the green vines. But he was a genius after all, and under the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all his potential, and his dodging and blocking movements became simple and direct. Although he was tripped by the green vines from time to time, and was surrounded by danger, he managed to preserve his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blade one by one, and the number of green vines was decreasing. It was not that Guyue Qingshu did not want to use the green vine Gu to grow more green vines. But the natural primeval energy in the surrounding air had almost been completely absorbed by him. Although he was further away, and the primeval energy in the air was spreading towards him, the meager amount of primeval energy was not enough to satisfy the needs of the green vine Gu. There was even worse news. The wood charm Gu's power had already completely corroded Guyue Qingshu's body, and was starting to corrode his consciousness. Guyue Qingshu's consciousness started to show signs of being in a trance and was interrupted from time to time. The breath of death was already spitting on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was not resigned to this, and roused his spirit, making his last effort to kill Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see, and the wood charm Gu's power had already corroded his eyes. He could no longer hear, and his ears were also useless. He only had a little sense of touch left. Relying on Bai Ningbing's counterattack, he determined the latter's position and attacked. His hard work paid off, and Bai Ningbing was finally captured due to exhaustion. A vine coiled around his neck, and lifted his whole body up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing immediately felt difficulty breathing, and even if he opened his mouth wide, it was of no use. At the same time as Qing Shu, he was also walking towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, and the intense battle had already ended. On the ground, there were 5 corpses with their eyes wide open. They were all Bai clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu for sneak attacks, the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars, and 500 years of battle experience, he displayed astonishing results. Although he told Qing Shu that he was returning to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to conceal his body, and went around the mountain path battlefield, going to the place where Manshur and Xiongli died. He retrieved the Gu worms on the 5 corpses, and when he arrived at the place where Xiongli died, he found that the corpses were gone. Not to mention their Gu worms. Looks like Xiongling collected their corpses. What a pity, I was hoping to get Xiong Li's brown bear innate strength Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Leaving Xiong Lin alive was not his wish. But at that time, he killed Xiong Jiang, and Xiong Lin was already extremely vigilant, and to kill him would require some effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was right beside him. If Fang Yuan and Xiong Lin had an internal conflict, Bai Ningbing would be pleased. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiongli. He had already cultivated the strength of a bear, and might have already handed it over to the clan. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant mountain path battlefield. The intense battle between Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing naturally caused a huge commotion, and could not be hidden from the surrounding wolf groups and Gu masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qing Shu's side, he had seen the power of the wood charm Gu with his own eyes in his previous life. A fierce battle with Bai Ningbing was definitely unavoidable. He was not willing to give up this chance, and thus chose to wait in the surroundings. From time to time, Gu masters would be attracted by the sounds of battle, and Fang Yuan would attract the wolf groups to restrain them. If he could not restrain them in time, Fang Yuan would take action himself. The sounds of battle in the mountain path battlefield have almost stopped. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. His right ear's ginseng root stretched out and rooted into the mountain wall, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some details of the battlefield on the mountain path. Honestly speaking, Gu Yue and Qing Shu's performance could be considered to have exceeded their usual standards. And after Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the impact on his battle strength was even greater than Fang Yuan had imagined. But immediately, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard a large number of footsteps, rushing towards the mountain path battlefield from 2 directions. One of the directions was from Guyue village. The Gu masters in the other direction were clearly from Bai clan village. There were at least 20 Gu masters in each direction. It was not something the bold lightning wolf group could block, and Fang Yuan could not lead 2 wolf groups to restrain this group of people. It seems the news of this battle has been found out by someone. These are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I need to hurry and enter the mountain path. Fang Yuan was the closest, and was the first to enter the mountain path. The scene in the battlefield was not out of his expectations. From the crack of the cage, he saw Bai Ningbing hanging by vines, on the verge of death, but still with a single breath. The defense of the ice muscles is supporting Bai Ningbing's life. A pity you met me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged, and he ran towards Bai Ningbing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, a wave of pine needles rained down on Fang Yuan. It was Guyue Qing Shu's pine needle Gu, attacking Fang Yuan. What's going on? Fang Yuan retreated, dodging this pine needle storm. He looked at the giant tree spirit that Bai Ningbing had transformed into, and understood. It seems Guyue Qing Shu's consciousness has already blurred to the point where he cannot differentiate friend from foe. Relying on the obsession in his heart, he attempted to capture and kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone who intrudes into this battlefield will be regarded as an interloper by him. At this time, the Bai clan Gu masters appeared on the mountain path. Seeing such a tragic battlefield, their faces were filled with horror. "Lad over there, you better not act rashly," a rank 3 Gu master shouted at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with threat. "This Bai Ningbing is really lucky." Fang Yuan saw this and laughed coldly in his heart, immediately knowing he could not deal the final blow. First of all, Qing Shu's consciousness was already blurred, and one green vine was not enough to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles defense. Fang Yuan had to break through Qing Shu's blockade to get close to Bai Ningbing. This way, he would attract most of his attention, and might even help Bai Ningbing escape. Even if he tried to force his way in, the Bai clan's rank 3 and rank 2 elite Gu masters would definitely stop him. They would not just stand there and do nothing. Moreover, dealing with Bai Ningbing was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence had already recovered, at least he could use the blue bird ice coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan killed Bai Ningbing in the end, these Bai clan Gu masters would not let Fang Yuan off. They would kill him as soon as possible. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, "The distance is too long, there are at least 20 steps between me and Bai Ningbing. And my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Moreover, for a dying Bai Ningbing, I would lose my life and disrupt my rebirth plan. This is not worth it." Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This seemingly cowardly action made the Bai clan Gu masters who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. Soon after, Fang Zheng also rushed over. Lord Qing Shu. He had a joyous expression, fearlessly running towards Guyue Qing Shu. But immediately after, he was hit back by a wave of pine needles. "Group leader, it's me, Fang Zheng." He shouted in bewilderment, realizing something was wrong for the first time. But why would Guyue Qing Shu agree to him? "Big brother, what happened to Lord Qing Shu?" Fang Zheng was perplexed and panicked, asking for help from Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, instead squatting down and forming a claw with his right hand towards Bai Ningbing. "Plunder Gu." He secretly activated this Gu worm, and quickly felt like he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out from Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing did not use it and quickly reached rank 3. But now, it was Fang Yuan's doing. The red steel relic Gu flew out from Bai Ningbing's body and landed in Fang Yuan's hand. A group of Bai clan Gu masters were so anxious that their eyes turned red, shouting, "Scoundrel, stop if you don't want to die. You dare to snatch our Bai clan's Gu worm right in front of us." "It's a red steel relic Gu," Fang Yuan sneered, not saying a word. Once the red steel relic Gu was in his hands, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to refine it. But he did not keep it in his aperture, but kept it in his chest, giving the illusion that he did not refine it on the spot. He grabbed again, and this time, a gray beetle flew out. Stone Aperture Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu worm's origin. His gaze flashed, and he refined it again, keeping it in his chest. "Damn it, another Gu worm. Stop him, he is so unrestrained, he simply does not put our Bai clan in his eyes. Save Bai Ningbing. Kill these guys." Bai clan's Gu masters shouted as they rushed over from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing was heavily nurtured by the clan, and all the Gu worms on her were top quality. Now that it was snatched away by Fang Yuan in front of everyone felt their hearts bleed. This was worse than killing them. Fang Zheng was so shocked that he took a step back when he saw this group of people charging at him. Fang Yuan, however, was indifferent. In the current situation, he and Fang Zheng were standing on the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai clan Gu masters were on the west side, with Guyue, Qing Shu, and Bai Ningbing blocking the way. So. The pine needles fell like rain. Damn it. Bai clan's Gu masters cursed, but were stopped by Guyue and Qing Shu. Guyue Qing Shu is not far from death, the remaining time is only enough for me to use the plunder gu one more time. What will it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down and activated plunder gu. Every time plunder gu was activated, it consumed a lot of primeval essence. The stronger the target gu worm, the harder the process, the more primeval essence would be consumed. If the plunder failed, the gu master would suffer a backlash. Thus, the plunder gu was of little value, and had not many uses. But now, Bai Ningbing was on the verge of death. His consciousness was hazy, and he was close to the end of his rope. It was not difficult to plunder his gu worms. Among the gu worms on Bai Ningbing, the most valuable was undoubtedly the frost demon gu. This gu was comparable to the wood charm gu, and could turn a person into a frost demon. But if used for too long, the gu master's life would be extinguished, turning into an ice sculpture. Bai Ningbing knew its drawbacks, and had never used the frost demon gu like Guyue Qing Shu. Other than the frost demon gu, the second most valuable was the blue bird ice coffin gu, a rank 3 gu. Right now, it was residing in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he could grab the blue bird ice coffin gu, that would be the best situation. But the plunder gu was only rank 2, and it was not strong enough to fulfill the gu master's wishes. In the end, Fang Yuan grabbed Bai Ningbing's water shield gu. This was not bad. The water shield gu combined with the white jade gu would provide Fang Yuan with an even better defense. The tree spirit that Guyue Qing Shu had transformed into was pushed down by the Bai clan gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and rescued Bai Ningbing, who had lost his right arm and had fainted. Just as they were about to attack Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, Guyue clan's reinforcements arrived. After confronting each other for a while, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. Qing Shu was dead, and Bai Ningbing was heavily injured. Under the wolf tide, this kind of sacrifice was shocking enough. If a large-scale battle occurred, the pressure on the clan's survival would be too great. No matter which world it was, the reason why people fought was mostly for the sake of benefits. But the biggest benefit in the world was undoubtedly survival. Finally, Guyue Qing Shu's corpse and gu worms were brought back by Guyue clan's gu masters. Both sides guarded against each other, and left the battlefield. The sky was raining, and it was gloomy. A group of people stood on a hill behind the village. This was the graveyard. Almost every once in a while, there would be a few new graves here. In this world, it was hard for humans to survive. Be it external or internal factors, there would always be many sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was hoarse and deep, echoing in everyone's ears, adding to the pressure in their hearts. We have the same name, we come from the same clan, we have the same blood flowing in our veins. We are so close, but we are forever separated by life and death. Right now, my heart is filled with sorrow. Wait for me. One day in the future, I will also lie beside you. Let us turn into dust and soil, and carry our bloodline. In front of a new grave, this group of people lowered their heads, many were sobbing softly, and some were looking at the names on the tombstones with sorrow. The cruelty of life and death was like a white bone hand, tearing open a bloody wound in everyone's heart. It was just that some people were already numb from the pain, while some people's hearts were still young. Guyue Fangzheng was among the crowd, his lowered eyes staring at the tombstone, Guyue Qing Shu. Dead? His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment. Yesterday's battle. The entire process and situation were still vivid in his mind, deeply engraved in his heart. His experience was limited, and he could not understand Guyue Qing Shu's tragic sacrifice. Now that the reality was placed in front of him, he could not accept it for a moment. Dead? That Lord Qing Shu who always smiled warmly, always gave me pointers, took care of me, and let me go, he really died? Why did this happen? Why in this world? Why is it that good people die easily, and bad people live forever? Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Fangzheng subconsciously clenched his fists. The real sensation made him feel even more grief. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters could be heard. Sigh, to think this time. Even Lord Qing Shu was sacrificed. People will always die. But it is such a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had one breath left, and was saved. May he rest peacefully underground, and bless us to survive this wolf tide. The crowd gradually dispersed, and finally, only Fang Zheng was left. The young man's lonely figure faced the mountain of tombstones and graves. Lord Qing Shu. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was bewildered, he was regretful, he was helpless, he was grieving. Plop. Plop plop, plop plop plop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the ground and causing the green grass and tree branches to droop. The smell of the soil rushed into Fang Zheng's nose, and he cried in pain. His cries mixed with the sound of the rain. His 10 fingers dug into the mud, trying to grab Qing Shu's life. But he only managed to grab 2 clumps of soil. The rain started. Bai Ningbing lay on the soft bed, looking at the rain with a blank expression. His right arm had already been treated, and was wrapped in white bandages. His eyes had returned to their black color, and his cultivation was rank 3. He did not suppress his cultivation to rank 2. When he awoke from his slumber, he suddenly felt dispirited and uninterested in life. He had been lying there quietly with his eyes open for more than 10 hours. He allowed his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nourish his aperture. He was too lazy to care about it. This rain stirred the deepest memories in his heart. It was in this summer rain that he was officially adopted by Bai clan leader. The patriarch's benevolent and hopeful gaze landed on him. The congratulatory voices of the surrounding elders surged over like a tide. The little him stood barefoot on the cold floor, staring at the rain outside the window, feeling lost and lonely. What is the purpose of living? This question that had troubled him for more than 20 years, and would likely continue to trouble him until he self-destructed, appeared again. Is it for kinship, for the clan? Bai Ningbing could not help but think of Guyue Qing Shu. Ever since he was young, he had seen such sacrifices many times. Some were Bai clansmen, some were Xiong clansmen, Guyue clansmen. He could not understand this passion. He seemed to be a cold and emotionless person by nature. Guyue Qing Shu could not give him an answer, thus Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Bai Ningbing's mind. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was leaning against a tree behind him, eating a wild fruit he picked, and watching the battle at the foot of the mountain. He was so excited that his body was trembling, shaking with excitement. Because he saw himself in Fang Yuan's deep and serene eyes. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to have something more than him. That something was the answer to this question. The rain became heavier, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. What is the purpose of living? In the dark study room, Guyue Fangzheng asked the same question. Clan leader Guyue Bo sighed. He looked pitifully at the soulless young man in front of him. Then he looked at the rain outside the window. Fangzheng's confusion was understandable. The inevitable death often forced people to think about the value of life. Do you know? More than 10 years ago, there was a young man in the same situation as you. He asked me the same question. After a long time, Guyue Bo spoke slowly. That person was your team leader, my godson, Guyue Qing Shu. Fangzheng was slightly stunned. He raised his head. A pair of red and swollen eyes showed a desire for an answer. Chapter 146. I told him, there are thousands of reasons for a person to live. I can't answer why you're alive, only you can. Find it yourself. Guyue Bo answered. Then what's your answer, clan leader? Fangzheng blinked in confusion and asked. Guyue Bo chuckled. In his eyes, Fangzheng and Qing Shu's images seemed to overlap. In the past, Guyue Qing Shu had asked a similar question. The clan leader thought for a while, then repeated his answer: there will always be sacrifices in an organization. From the moment a person is born, it means death. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but there is one thing that can warm the heart and illuminate our soul. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifices are common. Guyue Qing-shu was Guyue Bo's adopted son. He had raised him for many years. Now that he had sacrificed himself, as his adopted father, Guyue Bo was naturally grieved. But as the clan leader, he had seen too many sacrifices. When he had the awareness of life and death, he could accept the sorrow and pain. Feng Zheng lowered his head again. He did not speak, as if he was thinking. The clan leader smiled and took out a letter from his desk drawer, then passed it to Feng Zheng. This is Guyue Qing-shu's letter. It recorded the answer he had pondered for many years. Now I'm giving it to you, you can take a look. This is his answer. Without a doubt, this letter had an unparalleled attraction in Feng Zheng's heart. He immediately opened it. When he saw the first line, his tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Guyue Qing-shu's familiar handwriting. Between the lines, there was his unique gentleness. At the beginning of the letter, it recorded his confusion and pain. Then it was the process of his constant thinking over the years, the events that touched him. As Feng Zheng looked at this letter, it was as if he had experienced Guyue Qing-shu's life. He followed the pace of Guyue Qing-shu's life, all the way to the end of the letter. There was a passage at the end. The clan is like a forest, and each of us is like a tree in the forest. The old tree extended its branches to shelter the new saplings from the wind and rain. When the new trees grew into towering trees, the old trees would fall and become nutrients in the soil to nourish the land and give birth to new trees. People will always die, heaven and earth will not remember us. However, the new trees were proof of the old trees' existence. Just like that, he kept witnessing. This forest of the family will become increasingly vast, and it will move towards prosperity and prosperity. People die all the time. As a Gu master, they could not hide the outcome of death. Even rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Gu masters could only live a little longer. I felt fear in the face of death. But I deeply understand that one day, I, Guyue Qing-shu, will also die. Perhaps they would die of old age or illness, or perhaps they would die in battle. May I then go to my death in peace and without regret. At the end of the letter. Lord Foster Father. I have asked you that question before, I think I have already found the answer. After reading this letter, Feng Zheng sobbed uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Qing-shu. When he made a mistake, he did not blame him but instead comforted him. When he suffered a setback, his encouraging gaze. In his frustration, he used his warm hand to rub his head. Guyue Bo kept this letter. In the future, when you think of the answer, you can also write me a letter. Go back and have a good rest. The wolf tide's crisis has not ended, you need to contribute your strength. No. Feng Zheng slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What is it? Guyue Bo asked. I have already found my answer. Feng Zheng's tone was filled with an indescribable determination. I want strength. To protect my loved ones, to protect them from harm. I want to protect the clan, to strengthen the clan. I want to see the wolf tide no longer torment us, I want to see my companions feel happy and happy. I do not want this kind of sorrow to continue. I want to use my hands, my body, my soul, to protect the people around me. Guyue Bo showed a surprised expression. At this moment, he seemed to see Guyue Qing-shu. Qing-shu, you did not die in vain. Looking at Feng Zheng's shining eyes, the clan leader sighed in his heart. An old tree fell, and in the soil where it slowly rotted, a new sprout was already growing rapidly. Renzu could not bear the loneliness, thus he gouged out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter. Only then did he get rid of the loneliness slightly. But good times did not last long. This pair of children gradually became greedy for the scenery of the world, putting their father Renzu at the back of their minds, often playing and forgetting the time, and even forgetting to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything, his eyes were filled with darkness. But sometimes, he could actually see a bit of light. Regarding this, he was extremely puzzled, asking the Attitude Gu for guidance. Attitude Gu told him, "Oh, this is the eternal light emitted by the Belief Gu." Belief? When Bai Ningbing saw this, she sneered and casually threw the book that recorded the ancient legend in her hand. The door opened at this moment, and the person who came in was almost hit in the face by this book. "Ningbing, what are you doing?" The person who came in was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling, "I know you are in a bad mood, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many gu worms that can heal your injuries. In the past, I asked the clan elder to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected, even attacking the clan elder. You suffered a loss this time, right? But this is also a good thing. Since young, your path has been too smooth. As long as you don't die or sacrifice yourself, this loss is nothing. Your injuries are no longer a problem, but the wolf tide is getting fiercer. The clan needs your strength now." A group of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, lying on the bed, saying indifferently. The clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not good, it can even be said to not be optimistic. According to our investigations, there are already no less than 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs roaming around the village. Your failure has greatly affected the clan. Your failure has greatly affected the clansmen. I hope that this evening, you will appear in public. As long as you don't fall, it will greatly raise our clan's morale. Do you understand? I understand, this is just a small matter. Bai Ningbing mumbled, his face full of impatience. If it was anyone else who had such an attitude towards the clan leader, they would have been severely punished. But Bai Ningbing was a different matter. The Bai clan leader sighed helplessly. He closed the door and left. Only Bai Ningbing was left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a lonely and lost expression. He did not tell anyone about the trouble in his body, and the premonition of death. From the clan's records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. In the limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the Sure Death Aptitude. When the aperture walls reached the limit, the power of the self-explosion would be extremely strong. Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing and was very lenient towards him. If he told others about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, Bai Ningbing did not doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What is the purpose of a person living? In the past, when he thought about this question, Bai Ningbing would feel very lost. Then he would feel bored, anxious, resentful and other negative emotions. But now, he had a sense of calmness in his heart. People would always grow. Not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he would die for sure, and in his despair, he yearned for life, and had a kind of fear towards death. But now, when he really almost died, he accepted it. Letting the rank 3 white silver primeval essence nourish his aperture, he was no longer anxious. It was because he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer to this question was. This answer had long been in Fang Yuan's heart. This kind of feeling was indescribable, and it was extremely mysterious. But he was clear about it. Moreover, the stone aperture gu was in Fang Yuan's hands now. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again. He muttered softly, his eyes shining with a bright radiance that was as dazzling as diamonds. Stone aperture gu. In the rented room, Fang Yuan looked at the gu worm in his hand and fell into deep thought. The stone aperture gu was shaped like a dice, square, grayish-white in color and extremely hard. This gu was an expendable gu, disappearing after one use. Its use was to turn the aperture walls of the Gu Master into a hard stone wall. This move completely squeezed out the foundation and potential of the aperture, allowing the Gu Master to instantly reach the peak of cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now at rank 2 middle stage. After using this Gu, he could instantly reach rank 2 peak stage. But the price he had to pay was that Fang Yuan would never be able to advance to rank 3, and would also lose the ability to recover his primeval essence. From now on, he could only use Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. The stone aperture Gu was used by Gu masters who had no other way out. Some Gu masters' apertures suffered irreparable damage and had cracks that could not be healed, so they could only use this Gu. Or under special circumstances, the Gu master had no hope of advancing, and had to raise his cultivation in a short period of time to survive. Thus, they used the stone aperture Gu. The cost of refining the stone aperture Gu is very high. Bai Ningbing refined this Gu worm in order to turn her aperture into a stone aperture, to prevent death from descending upon her. Unfortunately, this method can only delay the arrival of death, and cannot stop the self-destruction. If the northern dark ice soul physique could be broken so easily, why would it be called one of the 10 extreme physiques? This stone aperture Gu was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic Gu and water shield Gu from Bai Ningbing were very useful. As for the Gu worms that Fang Yuan took from Gu Yue, Man Shi, and the others, they were not outstanding. After returning to the village, he handed them over to the higher-ups of the clan and exchanged them for large amounts of battle merits. Due to the wolf tide, Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing's fierce battle was suppressed by the 3 mountain strongholds, and they endured it silently. All 3 sides needed each other's strength to get through this crisis. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade Gu. But he used the excuse of buying it from the caravan to temporarily gloss over it. Chapter 147. As the person involved, Fang Yuan was naturally investigated by the clan. But this investigation did not go deep, as the clan's higher-ups were all focused on the increasingly severe wolf tide. Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass and stealth scales Gu were still hidden, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could push all the blame onto the caravan. Anyway, under the wolf tide, transportation was already cut off, and the caravan would not come. In this situation, the clan could not get confirmation from the caravan, and the investigation would only drag on. By the time they could get results, Fang Yuan would have already cultivated to rank 3 and left Qing Mao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquor worm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a different story. No matter which one was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the village. The 4 flavors liquor worm represented a brand new secret refinement method, and had great significance. Even if Fang Yuan pushed all the blame onto the caravan, he could not explain it. He would definitely be investigated by the clan. Once the spring-autumn cicada was discovered, any wolf tide would die. This was a rank 6 Gu. Even if the clan leader Gu Yuebo saw it, he would immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. What bullshit kinship, what clan leader position, he could give up on it. He would definitely force and snatch it, without a second word. July, a hot summer day, the air was like flowing fire, filled with the smell of blood. The wolf tide was getting more and more serious, and the battles were getting more intense. Many people began to realize that the scale of the wolf tide this time was one of the rarest in the history of the past. The bold lightning wolf group was reduced to a supporting role, thousands of frenzy lightning wolves roaming around the village. The living space of humans was compressed to an extremely low level. Even the headquarters of the Guyue clan was the same. Not to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A portion of the lucky villagers, through various connections, managed to survive in the village. But even more villagers had to leave their homes, and to avoid the wolf pack, they started to travel over mountains and rivers. Their destination was another village on the mountain. But along the way, there were fierce beasts and wild Gu. Almost all the lightning wolves in the mountains and plains compressed their hopes of migration into tiny particles. This was a journey of despair. These mortals had already been abandoned by the Guyue clan, and they would all die along the way. Not to feed the fierce beasts. They were killed by the swarm of insects. Be it mortals or Gu masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually held high positions in the clan, had no choice but to personally go into battle. The Gu masters who went into seclusion earlier. He was called up again. When the wolf tide ended, less than 1/10 of them would be able to survive. The cruelty of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The strong preyed on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be avoided with a few warm words. Fang Yuan sat on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind entering his aperture. In the aperture, 44% of the red steel sea was surging, rising and falling. This true essence was so red that it was almost black. It was dark red peak second revolution true essence. Second revolution true essence was called scarlet iron true essence. But in the 4 different small realms of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak, there was a slight difference in the red iron true essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red in color. Rank 2 middle stage primeval essence was crimson in color. He had reached the advanced level. It was crimson. Peak was crimson. Many days ago, Fang Yuan had advanced from middle stage to upper stage. The original dark red primeval essence, after being refined by the 4 flavors liquor worm and replenished by the Yuan stone, had completely turned into the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, in the aperture, the surrounding aperture walls were no longer glowing water membranes. Instead, they were layers of thick stone membranes made of white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were submerged in the red steel sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring-autumn cicada's figure gradually appeared, the 4 flavors liquor worm immediately dove deep into the sea with a whoosh. At this time, the entire primeval sea would be as smooth as a mirror under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, without a single ripple. The spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings had completely recovered, like a pair of fresh green leaves. But its main body was still withered like before. Fang Yuan would inspect the spring-autumn cicada every once in a while. Right now, he could clearly feel that the spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the past, the spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient, unable to open its mouth and only able to drink liquid food to maintain its life. But now, this patient could get off the bed and open his mouth to eat more food to replenish his nutrients. The recovery speed was naturally getting faster and faster. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both obtained from Bai Ning Bing. One was the water shield goo, floating in the sea like a jellyfish. The other was the red steel relic goo. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because the 4 flavors liquor worm had refined its primeval essence and had been nurturing the aperture, accumulating the essence to the point of a qualitative change. Fang Yuan had yet to use this red steel relic goo. Just based on cultivation, Fang Yuan was already the 3rd strongest rank 2 goo master in Guyue clan. Xiong Li and Qing Shu had already died, and even in the entire Qing Mao mountain, Fang Yuan was in the top 5. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yan, they were originally upper stage, but not long ago, they had both advanced to peak stage. After Qing Shu's death, the low morale of the clansmen was boosted. Fang Yuan was improving, but others were also improving. Previously, Qi Shan and Mo Yan had been stuck at upper stage for a period of time, suppressed by Qing Shu who was at peak stage. Especially under the stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide, the Gu masters developed a serious thirst for strength, squeezing out their potential and causing their cultivation to rise. But in terms of battle strength, I am definitely the number 1 rank 2 Gu master in the whole Qing Mao mountain. Now that I have used this red steel relic goo, my cultivation has risen to peak stage, and with my rich experience, I can even fight against a rank 3 goo master to a certain extent. Fang Yuan pondered. His low profile and forbearance earlier had now brought him great results. With C-grade aptitude, being able to achieve such progress, the clansman would be shocked. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Zheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Of course, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan could not reach the stage of defeating a rank 3 goo master. Bai Ningbing was able to kill a rank 3 goo master because of the northern dark ice soul physique. Gu Yue and Qing Shu could also do it because of the wood charm goo, a powerful and unique rank 3 goo worm. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan also had a trump card that was stronger than the two of them, Spring Autumn Cicada. But this rank 6 goo worm was quite special. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. Spring Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, if he forcefully used it. Whether he could revive or not was a huge question mark. The red steel relic goo was only effective on rank 2 goo masters, it was worthless to not use it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this goo worm. There was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Lord Fang Yuan, it's me, Guyue Jiangya. After the knock, a person shouted. Fang Yuan frowned. This Jiangya was getting more and more overboard, coming to find him again and again, wanting to buy more vitality leaves. The more deaths and injuries there were, the higher the price of vitality leaves, to the point where there was no stock in the market. How many times have I told you, I don't have any extra vitality leaves here, get lost. Fang Yuan snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for a mere yuan stone? Outside the door, Jiang Ye smiled flatteringly. Lord Fang Yuan, please calm down. You also know the current situation, I have no other choice, right? Many goo masters know that I sell vitality leaves here and come looking for me. My days are not good either. How about this, I will increase the price by 10%. Lord Fang Yuan, please do me a favor and give me a dozen pills to save my life. At the end, he begged, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That's your problem, what does it have to do with me? Humph. You are getting more and more daring, forgetting our agreement, you actually brought someone else here. Jiang Ye stood outside the door, smiling bitterly. He looked at the elderly goo master beside him. He had no other choice, this goo master was too domineering, insisting on following him here. Little friend Fang Yuan, this elderly goo master spoke, I am Gu Yue, I believe you have heard of me. This time I want to buy some vitality leaves from you, I hope you can give me some face and spare some time to produce some. Give you face, what face do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Gu Yue had some fame, he had originally retired, but because of the wolf tide, he was summoned back by the clan. At his peak, he was a rank 3 cultivator. But because of his injuries, his cultivation fell to rank 2 peak stage. Now that he was old, his cultivation fell to rank 2 upper stage. Although he had the same cultivation as Fang Yuan, his battle strength was no longer enough. Gu Yue's face was ashen, he had long heard that Fang Yuan was a loner and eccentric, with a bad temper, arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone. Before he came, he was mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to sell his face to Fang Yuan, but this method that had always been successful was useless against Fang Yuan. At once, he felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. His face was completely thrown away this time. This disrespectful dog. He cursed in his heart, but did not leave. He needed vitality leaves. He was an experienced person, and knew the importance of vitality leaves. Sometimes, a piece of vitality leaves could save his life. The older one gets, the more timid they become. In the past, when he was young, he would be motivated and filled with hot blood. He wanted to protect his clansmen, wanted to change the world, wanted to become the clan's hero. At that time, he had the resolve to face death with equanimity. But now that he was old and calmed down, he had seen through it all these years. He finally came back to his senses. Especially after his children were sacrificed, his heart turned even colder. Any kind of organization would require sacrifices. Because resources were limited. Although resources were being produced at every moment, resources were also being consumed. With this addition and subtraction, the total amount was still limited. To survive, people needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These were resources. To cultivate, Gu masters needed Gu worms, yuan stone, food. These were all resources. To become stronger, they needed more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, where would I get more resources? It was better for you to die than for me. What protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, these were all justifications for sacrifice. There was no organization that did not encourage self-sacrifice. But the higher-ups would never say it out loud. They would promote protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, happiness and so on, and give all kinds of benefits. But when the person died, what was the use of having benefits? What could a dead hero enjoy? Look at that Guyue Qing Shu. He died, happily, and was buried in the ground, his name carved on the tombstone, and his spirit influenced the heroes that came after him. Chapter 148. Jiang Ye looked at the ashen-faced Gu Yuyi beside him, his heart feeling somewhat pleased. This old man had forced him to bring him here. Jiang Ye only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. He was naturally inferior to Gu Yuyi, thus he had no choice but to bring him here. Now that he had lost face, Jiang Ye was rather envious of Fang Yuan's carefreeness. Gu Yuyi really wanted to slap Fang Yuan countless times and teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But for the vitality leaf, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Little friend Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young and don't understand the importance of connections. There will always be times when you need help from others. Think about it, if you come to me for help in the future and I treat you the same way, how would you feel?" Bullshit connections. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. The so-called unity was only because everyone was weak. Connections were indeed necessary on Earth. After all, there would be no qualitative difference between people in terms of strength. But this world was a world where cultivation was possible. It was fundamentally different. Connections were just an accessory to strength. As long as one was strong, connections would follow. Those who pursued connections would definitely need help from others. There was no need for connections. As long as one was strong enough, anything could be easily obtained. If not given, they would just snatch and kill. Why would there be a need for connections? Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to spread these demonic thoughts. But since he had already been disturbed, there was no harm in doing this business. Thus, he said, "It's not that I can't sell it to you. 1 vitality leaf for 68 pieces of yuan stone. How many do you want?" Gu Yuyi was shocked by this seller and hurriedly said, "Little friend Fang Yuanyi, your price is too expensive." Fang Yuan snorted, "You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are vitality leaves in the resources provided by the clan. You can also exchange for them with battle merits." Gu Yuyi smiled bitterly, "How would I not know this?" However, the vitality leaves in the supplies were all sold to those who had connections. Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yaoji is covering the sky with one hand. How can I interfere? Little friend Fang Yuan, why don't you do me a favor? I will definitely repay you in the future. In my opinion, 60 yuan stone is a fair price. I never expect anything in return. You've wasted enough of my time. 70 yuan stone. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave, Fang Yuan replied. Gu Yuyi was so angry that he stomped his feet. Little friend Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fang Yuan chuckled. Times have changed. It's now 72 yuan stone. Every time you speak, I'll waste some time. If I'm unhappy, I'll raise the price. I hope you know what to do next. Hearing this, Guyuye's face revealed an extremely angry expression. He wanted to say something, but no matter how many times he opened his mouth, no words came out. His old face alternated between green and red. Seeing this, Jiangye, who was beside him, secretly laughed. Finally, Guyuye gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves. You can give the yuan stone to Jiangye now. As for the vitality leaves, you can go get them from him 3 days later." Fang Yuan said. These words were too much. Exchanging money and goods was the most basic of fairness. But Guiyue still paid the money and gave Jiangye several bags of yuan stone on the spot. His movements were faintly trembling. This was not much of his savings. He had lived frugally for a long time. But now, it was being exploited by an unscrupulous merchant. In the end, he walked out of the bamboo house with endless depression. Lord Fang Yuan, you are truly taking revenge in such a manner. But I'm afraid you've offended Guiyue badly. This old man, when he was young, he would definitely take revenge. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Outside the door, Jiangye said carefully. Let him be. Those who take advantage of their seniority will eventually be eliminated by the clan. Fang Yuan opened the door, and Jiangye quickly handed over the bags of money in his hands. To fight against the wolf tide, the clan would have to expend a large amount of resources. With less resources, the huge organization would not be able to sustain itself, and would naturally have to lay people off. These old fellows were wasting precious resources if they were alive, and were destined to be eliminated. Eliminating the old and weak from the wolf pack was equivalent to driving these crippled wolves out. In human society, it would not be so obvious. Evil deeds would always be covered with a layer of light. Thus, these old Gu masters were recruited. So what if Guiyue saw through this world? Being in the system, being in the pugilistic world, he had no choice. The clan relied on the righteousness of protecting the clan to recruit them and make them sacrifice themselves. Who would dare to disobey? There was a saying on earth, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. They could not even control their own life and death, but there would always be countless people fighting to be ministers. This was the charm and cruelty of the system. After the past wolf tides, how many of those old Gu masters survived? This Guiyue, don't mention 5 vitality leaves, even if you gave him 50, he might not be able to live. Fang Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. Jiangye heard this tone, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Fang Yuan had a kind of aura, icy cold, like the howling north wind, suppressing him so much that he did not dare to raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Jiangye, his eyes deep and dark, continuing, from now on, unless there is a fixed time, you are not to look for me. If you go against this, you will have to bear the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves on my behalf is just giving your brother face. But face is given by others, and also thrown away by yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Jiangye listened to Fang Yuan's reprimand, not daring to make a sound. Thinking of Guiyue's miserable state, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Also, from now on, the price of the vitality leaves will be raised to 70 yuan stone per piece. Fang Yuan continued. 70 yuan stone. Jiangye swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock, his eyes shining, as if he had seen the rolling yuan stone. But he still had some lingering fear, and said carefully, Lord Fang Yuan, raising the price like this, will others think that we are profiting from the war? Won't there be a little suspicion of taking advantage of the situation? If we do this, we might incur the wrath of the masses. Wrath of the masses? So what if it is? Just do what I tell you to do, what's with all this nonsense? If someone wants to cause trouble, just say that I am selling the vitality leaves. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Ye quickly nodded. Fang Yuan's words were exactly what he wanted, and he was prepared to do so. He was only a rank 1 minor character, and could not offend too many people. He had already done so earlier, pushing all the trouble to Fang Yuan. A minor character also had a minor character's survival wisdom, and Fang Yuan was naturally well aware of Jiang Ye's thoughts. But with different cultivation and different periods, Fang Yuan would have a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic goo, he would be rank 2 peak stage, close to rank 3. He could be considered to have started to grow, and with this strength, his life would be different. Previously, he needed to keep a low profile, but now he needed to be strong. Only by being strong could he obtain the greatest benefits. As for this Jiang Ye, he still had some value. He had some thoughts, but as long as they did not infringe upon Fang Yuan's interests, he could completely tolerate it. Even if he revealed some unimportant trump cards, it was no big deal. During peaceful times, those higher-ups had nothing to do, and there might be some trouble. But with the wolf tide now, who could care about these minor details? After the wolf tide, it was uncertain if the Guyue village could still exist. Half a month later, the lightning wolves surged like the tide, and the Gu masters retreated step by step. Xiong Yuanzhen, you have to hold on. The Guyue village is not far away. Xiong Jiaoman looked at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes red as she shouted loudly. Big sister, I can't do it anymore. I have something in my heart that I want to say to you. Xiong Yuanzhen was on the verge of death, his injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. All right, say it. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew that although this Xiong Yuanzhen was usually a man of few words, he had a crush on her. At this moment, she also knew what Xiong Yuanzhen wanted to say to her. But Xiong Yuanzhen opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say the words, I like you. He died, dying from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were too severe to heal. His body was full of wounds, all caused by the lightning wolf's bites. The most terrifying and fatal wound was on his chest, extending from his right shoulder to his navel. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big sister, the situation is bad, another bold lightning wolf pack is coming. The investigative Gu master shouted, his voice filled with fear. Xiong Jiaoman's crying stopped, and she put down Xiong Yuanzhen. She was the group leader, her group members needed her. The dead were gone, but the living still had to face this cruel world. This group of damned wolf pups, there's no end to them. Xiong Jiaoman cursed fiercely. Her body was hot, her face was beautiful, and her vulgarities had a unique charm. Listening to her words, the others couldn't help but feel at peace. Xiong Jiaoman cursed as she observed. The result of her observation made her feel discouraged. She could kill one bold lightning wolf pack, and if there were two, she could kill her way out. But now there were 4 bold lightning wolf packs, and the most sensible method was to retreat into the valley behind them, and activate the signal Gu, waiting for reinforcements. Retreat into the valley. Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she mobilized the 2 giant bears to bring up the rear. These 2 giant bears had been raised by her to be fat and healthy. One brown, one black, their fur smooth and shiny, but their bodies were full of wounds. When Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 successfully retreated into the valley, only one of the 2 giant bears was left. The black one had killed tens of lightning wolves, and was finally exhausted, and was drowned by the lightning wolf pack. A goo worm shot out from the bear's corpse, and returned to Xiong Jiaoman's hands. This was the bear enslavement goo. It could be planted on a bear, and allow the Gu master to control the giant bear. Of course, this type of bear could only be an ordinary beast. The bear enslavement Gu was only a rank 2 Gu worm, and could not enslave a bear king. If it could enslave a bear king, it would be strong. Because a bear king, even the lowest 100 beast king, would have hundreds of wild bears as subordinates. If a Gu master could enslave a beast king, it would mean that they have a beast group to control. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements. But I hope they can come soon. Xiong Jiaoman breathed heavily, sighing. They retreated into the valley, and their defensive area was greatly reduced, and the pressure from the wolf pack immediately decreased. But they also lost their path of retreat, and the blood and continuous battles would attract more and more wolf packs. Thus, the crisis was not over. Hey! Right at this moment, a voice came from the cliff above them. Everyone quickly looked up, and saw a young man standing above. It's him, Guyue Fang Yuan. The 7 Gu masters of Xiong village were first roused, and then their faces showed a complex expression. Chapter 149. Ever since the intense battle between Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing all the way, became famous, and everyone knew about him. These days, Fang Yuan showed his strong side in the wolf tide. He hunted lightning wolves alone, and his results were shocking. He was one of the new generation. If not for his eccentric personality and bad reputation, his status might be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yan. But to the Xiong clan, Fang Yuan was Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiaoman and the rest saw Fang Yuan, their faces showed complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked down from above, waving the tree vine in his hand, saying leisurely, "You can choose to wait for reinforcements, or use my tree vine to climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Things on the battlefield could never be explained clearly. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest naturally chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan asked for a reward. This made the Xiong clan Gu masters very angry. "Fang Yuan, we are allies, how can you do this?" Someone shouted angrily. "You actually want the bear enslavement Gu, how dare you?" Someone mocked. Fang Yuan was unruffled. "1 bear enslavement Gu, 700 yuan stone in exchange for the lives of 7 of you, this price is very cheap. You can reject it, I will go back and report your situation to the clan." "Hee, but when the reinforcements will come, and whether they will be attacked by the wolf pack on the way, I can't say for sure." Everyone became silent. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. "Alright, I agree. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiaoman chose to give in for the sake of the bigger picture. Her words were filled with bitter mockery towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This result was within his expectations. He threw down the tree vine, laughing coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He had wanted to wait for these people to die, and then retrieve their Gu worms, earning him a large amount of battle merits. But their signal Gu had already attracted the attention of several surrounding Gu master groups, and they were all rushing over to reinforce them. To not let his hard work go to waste, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement Gu master. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest used the tree vines to escape from the wolf group. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived. One of them was the Qi Shan team. This caused the 7 Gu masters, whose faces were already ashen, to turn even more unsightly. Xiong Jiaoman was filled with regret. Not long ago, she removed the consciousness of the bear enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fang Yuan to refine the Gu. It was impossible for him to back out now. "Fang Yuan, I'll remember you." Xiong Jiaoman fiercely glared at Fang Yuan. "Remember or not, that's your problem." Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He turned around and left. "Miss Xiong, we meet again." On the other side, the Qi Shan team welcomed her with a very polite tone. Ever since the incident with Bai Ningbing, Guyue clan lost Qing Shu, and Xiong clan lost Xiong Li. They were all victims, thus their relationship became closer. In terms of politics, Bai clan had become the target of resistance from both clans. Even though the alliance still existed. "Little sister greets brother Qi Shan." Xiong Jiaman barely relaxed her brows and cupped her fists towards Qi Shan. This time, I came to ask for help from Guyue clan and ask them to send some reinforcements. Xiong clan has already been surrounded by the wolf group for 6 days and 6 nights. These days, the wolf tide was getting more and more serious. The lightning wolf group had already encircled the village. They had even attacked wantonly. Xiong clan was the lowest among the 3 clans. Being at the foot of the mountain, they naturally bore the brunt of the attack. In fact, this was already the 3rd time they had been surrounded. They needed reinforcements to coordinate from both inside and outside to defeat these lightning wolf groups. The matter of reinforcements shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we have a good cooperation the last 2 times? But this matter has to be reported to Lord Clan Leader first. Everyone, please follow me. Qi Shan said. Xiong Jiaman and the rest followed the Qi Shan group and arrived at Guyue village. Guyue village had already set up layers of defense. The outer village walls were heavily reinforced and dozens of towers were set up. Below the village walls were dug trenches with green spear bamboo pieces stuck in them. The village walls had already been planted with iron vine goo and poison flower goo. Looking at it, the walls were covered with sharp thorns and poisonous flowers that were about to bloom, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Entering the main gate, the nearby buildings, be it residences or taverns, were all requisitioned and transformed into temporary fortresses. Xiong Jiaman's group of 7 had trekked all the way from Xiong clan, passing through the wolf group's blockade. Thus, they were first led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. More than 10 healing Gu masters were stationed in the bamboo building, most of them rank 1 Gu masters and 2 rank 2 Gu masters. But what made Xiong Jiaman and the rest slightly surprised was that the person in charge of this situation was not the 2 rank 2 healing Gu masters, but a young girl. Place this fainted one on the rattan chair. There is a person with a fracture in his lower leg, Guyue Xing, come over and treat him. Flesh wounds, Feng, come over to stop the bleeding, Xian, come over to disinfect. Xiao Hua, help the one with the fracture put on a splint, then come over here to bandage it. The young girl had jet black hair, a small cherry mouth, her eyes bright like crystals, her face had some baby fat, and her voice was soft and sweet. But when it came to handling matters, she was very capable, making people look at her in a different light. Xiong Jiaman suddenly thought of someone and asked, "This sister, are you Guyue Yaolu?" Xiong clan sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know my name. After Guyue Yaolu had arranged everything, she walked over and greeted politely. Sister Yaolu, you are a famous person. You inherited Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart and have superb medical skills. Although you are only rank 1 now, you are still one of Qing Mao Mountain's 10 rising stars. Even in the Xiong clan, there are many people who admire you. Xiong Jiaman knew that the young girl in front of her had a deep background. She came here to ask for Guyue clan's help, so she naturally put in good words. Sister Jiao Man, you are flattering me. Guyue Yaolu was still young after all, her face flushed from the praise and she shyly lowered her head. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master beside her said unhappily, although they are both the 10 rising stars, that Guyue Fang Yuan cannot be compared to you. Don't mention Fang Yuan. I get angry from the bottom of my bones when I mention him. There are no heroes in this era, let this lad become famous. Sigh. This person's character is really too bad. He can actually be named one of the 10 rising stars, and at the top. It really makes me want to vomit. These words immediately attracted the agreement of the others. This even included the Gu masters of Guyue clan. Guyue Fang Yuan. What did he do this time? Someone asked curiously. He took one of my bear enslavement Gu. He also gave me 700 yuan stone as compensation for saving us. I have never seen such a shameless scoundrel who forgets his morals at the sight of profit. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. This is nothing, there are even more despicable things. His heart is even blacker than coal, selling one vitality leaf for 80 yuan stone. He is simply taking advantage of people's difficulties, greedy and shameless to the extreme. He is too arrogant and arrogant. One of my friends wanted to join his group. But not only was he rejected, he even ridiculed him in public. What is there to be arrogant about? He is only a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, squandering the inheritance his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Then he snatched a red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I have these two gu, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Guyue Qing Shu is still the best. He is humble and gentle, but unfortunately, he died too early. On the other hand, his brother Fang Zheng is full of righteousness and has a chivalrous heart, as well as Lord Qing Shu's humble demeanor. He is the complete opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiao Man did not expect that her words of complaint would cause such a strong reaction from so many Guyue clansmen. She was taken aback. She did not expect Fang Yuan to be such a failure as a person, being hated by so many people. She felt strange and could not help but ask, since he is so unpopular, why doesn't anyone teach him a lesson? The bamboo building immediately became silent. Guyue clansmen looked at each other, not saying a word. In fact, there were people who disliked Fang Yuan's way of doing things, as well as the profits from selling them at a high price. There were many people who found trouble with him, but the result every time was that the troublemaker got into big trouble. After many times, no one found trouble with Fang Yuan anymore. And Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the number one of the 10 rising stars in this wolf tide. All status was rooted in power. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the number one. No matter how bad his reputation was, or how unpopular he was. It's that Fang Yuan again. Guyue Yaolu frowned as she muttered to herself. She had never seen Fang Yuan before, but had heard of him many times. The young girl did not have a good impression of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan might be my senior, but his way of doing things is too out of line, and his conduct is also too excessive. This time, he actually threatened Sister Jiao Man and asked for the bear enslavement gu. He simply does not care about the alliance between our clans. No. I need to talk to Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise he will be a disgrace to Guyue clan. Thinking of this, the young girl felt that it was necessary to teach Fang Yuan a lesson from the clan's perspective. Of course she did not have this ability, but she believed that her grandma, Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji, definitely had it. In her eyes, her grandma was almost omnipotent. You want me to teach Guyue Fang Yuan a lesson? Yao Ji looked at her granddaughter with a dazed expression before becoming nervous. My good granddaughter, did he bully you? She quickly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it was Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man. He actually threatened her and asked for a bear enslavement gu and 700 yuan stone. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's face will be thrown away by him. Guyue Yaolu said. Yes, Grandma knows about this. Good granddaughter, you can leave first, Grandma will not disappoint you. Yao Ji muttered. Thank you Grandma. Grandma, you don't know, this person is too despicable, raising prices, bullying the weak, he simply does all sorts of evil. After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thought. She had wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson for a long time. The reason was not Yao Li's naive reason, but because Fang Yuan's benefits were worth making a move. First was the liquor worm. Although Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan previously. But that was for her granddaughter Yao Lu. She still needed a liquor worm as a material to finally refine a rank 3 gu that she needed. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. Most of the 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan was controlled by Yao Ji. Relying on selling the vitality leaves, she had greatly consolidated her authority and position. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. Previously I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he did not sell it to me, he really has guts. Now he recklessly raised the price of the vitality leaves, making a huge profit. Does he really think that I, the medicine hall elder, only exist in name? Humph. Chapter 150. Two giant banners fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. One was the battle merit list, where Feng Yuan was currently in the top 10. The other banner recorded all kinds of resources, all of which could only be exchanged for with battle merit. But at this moment, in the crowded plaza, many Gu masters' gazes were attracted by a newly announced decree. The content of the notice was, the wolf tide is fierce, the clan's Gu master casualty rate is increasing day by day. To strengthen the healing ability, the medicine hall ordered all Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand over their 9-leaf vitality grass to the clan. The medicine hall will organize manpower and carry out a unified production. At the end of the notice was a list of names. The names of the Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass were listed. Needless to say, Feng Yuan was naturally on the list. At this moment, he was standing at a far corner, looking at this notice, his expression could not help but turn ugly. At first glance, he immediately realized that this was Guyue Yaoji targeting him, making a move against him. This Guyue Yaoji, she asked me to buy the liquor worm but did not give up. I had already accumulated enough battle merit and wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but was secretly stopped by her. This time, she actually coveted my 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Guyue Yaoji's actions could be understood. People of the same trade were natural enemies. Guyue Yaoji controlled the sale of vitality leaves to consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. But Feng Yuan secretly sold them, raising the price. This imperceptibly violated her benefits, and shook her influence. I have many goo worms now, white jade goo, moonglow goo, plunder goo, water shield goo, earth communication ear grass and so on. 9-leaf vitality grass is my main source of income. If I lose this goo, it will be like pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Guyue Yaoji's move is really ruthless. Feng Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. The medicine hall's move is really great. There are too few vitality leaves, it cannot satisfy our needs. Every time a batch appears on the list of supplies, someone will immediately buy it. Elder Yaoji is truly benevolent. Look at this name list, some of them are Gu masters from Qi and Mo faction. By doing so, she has undoubtedly offended many elders in power. Lord Yaoji is wholeheartedly working for the family. She is worthy of respect. Sigh, only Lord Yaoji would have such boldness. If it was any other family elder, who would dare to do this? Oh! Look, the content of the announcement has changed. Qi faction and Mo faction's Gu masters handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd went wild. Gathering the 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production meant more vitality leaves. To them, this was great news. Feng Yuan looked over, and indeed saw, behind the names of these Gu masters, there was an addition of the words, turned in. And because of this, his name became even more prominent. His heart became even heavier. Guyue Yaoji was after all a shrewd old fox, she was proficient in scheming. This move was to use the general situation to pressure Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan stubbornly resisted, he would attract even more trouble and give himself a handle. It was not a wise move. This was the power of the clan system. If the clan wants you to sacrifice, they would not say it directly, but instead put on a bright front, wrapping it in righteousness, forcing you to submit. Like those retired Gu master elders, asking them to sacrifice their lives, who would dare to defy? Now to collect the 9-leaf vitality grass, she wanted Feng Yuan and some other Gu masters to sacrifice their own benefits to satisfy everyone. This was fundamentally for Yaoji's benefit. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be going against the clan and alienating the masses. They would be traitors, they would be reactionary. To resolve this matter, delaying and acting shamelessly won't work. it would instead make me more passive. Because these are all small schemes, Yao Ji's move is wrapping it in righteousness, any small schemes will be destroyed. The only way to solve this problem is to use an even greater force to fight back in a dignified manner and defeat this force of hers head-on. Fang Yuan already had a fundamental solution in his heart. This plan was simple and grand, it was to advance to rank 3. The status of rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters was completely different. In the clan, as long as a Gu master advanced to rank 3, he would immediately become a clan elder, joining the decision-making circle. Even the clan leader could not easily infringe on their benefits. Don't look at this announcement, the Mo faction, Qi faction and other Gu masters obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was as if they had sacrificed their own benefits. Actually, behind the scenes, Guyue Yao Ji had already completed a secret exchange of benefits with Guyue Yan, Guyue Mo Chen and other clan elders. This was a political transaction. But most people could not see the truth behind the scenes, thus they were deceived by Yao Ji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely receive sufficient compensation in other aspects. Why was Guyue Yao Ji in such a hurry to deal with Fang Yuan? Firstly, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and at the same time, some Gu worms on Fang Yuan were what Guyue Yao Ji wanted. Secondly, Fang Yuan was already a rank 2 peak stage. If she did not make a move against him, when he becomes a rank 3 clan elder, there would be no more chances. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. To the clan, rank 2 Gu masters can be sacrificed, but rank 3 Gu masters are the pillars, losing even one person is a huge loss. Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble now. The clan did not investigate Qing Shu's death in detail. I kept the water shield Gu, plunder Gu, and so on, and the clan turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation has improved so quickly. The clan's higher-ups have seen it, but they have been enduring and did not probe into my secrets. Fang Yuan was well aware of his current situation. On the surface, he was strong and glorious, but behind him, danger lurked everywhere. The clan did not target him, because the wolf tide had drawn all their attention. If they could not resist the wolf tide, the clan would perish. Under such pressure, Fang Yuan's matter was only a minor detail. But once the wolf tide passed, the clan's higher-ups would have the energy, how could they not find him to settle the score? Back in the academy, the clan elders did not deal with Fang Yuan, because he was too weak. Small skirmishes did not infringe on the clan elders' benefits, so they did not put Fang Yuan in their eyes. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already rank 2 peak stage, one more step and he would be a clan elder. Just this cultivation had already touched the nerves of the clan elders. His every move would be seen by the clan elders, and remembered in their hearts. Any newly promoted clan elder would affect the entire political structure of the Guyue clan. Thus, the recruitment and suppression of Fang Yuan would come one after another. As long as Fang Yuan did not enter the system, and did not enter the camp, these recruitment and suppression would become more and more intense. The middle faction was also a camp. No one would tolerate the current Fang Yuan, drifting away from the clan system. If I advanced to rank 3, although there would still be recruitment and suppression, it would be much easier than rank 2 peak stage. This is the point of a qualitative change, a threshold. Crossing it would be a whole new world. At the same time, rank 3 cultivation would allow me to advance and retreat freely. At worst, I can just leave the clan. Fang Yuan was very clear about this situation. But advancing to rank 3 was not an easy matter. Especially for Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was an almost insurmountable obstacle. In his previous life, he was stuck at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Later on, he paid a huge price and obtained a Gu, raising his aptitude, and only then did he cross this hurdle. In Gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance, as long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But large realms, each one was a checkpoint, getting harder the further one advanced. Especially from rank 5 to rank 6, the difficulty was beyond imagination, harder than ascending to heaven. Fang Yuan's advancement from rank 1 to rank 2 was already extremely difficult. Now that he wanted to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was simply no possibility of success using normal methods. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had 500 years of life experience, and in his vast memories, there were 2 to 3 folk recipes. To put it nicely, it was a different path, but to put it bluntly, it was a crooked path. The method that Fang Yuan chose now was the most suitable for his current situation. To advance to rank 3, he needed to refine a strange and bloody goo worm, called man-beast life burial goo. This was a recipe that an ancient demonic path sect leader, in order to strengthen the cultivation of his subordinates, racked his brains and created. Man-beast life burial goo was specially used for rank 2 goo masters to break through to rank 3. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was searching for secrets and coincidentally obtained this recipe, leaving a deep impression on him, and had always kept it in his heart. Most importantly, the materials needed for the fusion were not rare items. Normally, with Fang Yuan's conditions, he would need 2 to 3 years to collect these, but the wolf tide gave him a lot of opportunities. These days, he had already collected enough yuan stone and goo worms. There was only one left, he needed the right time. Everyone, come and see, the medicine hall has just sent out a notice. They are actually gathering 9-leaf vitality grass, and unifying the production of vitality leaves. That's great news, Yi Zichin said. In the bamboo building, a group of goo masters surrounded the notice on the wall, their eyebrows dancing as they read. Ha ha ha, like this, that Fang Yuan is going to cry. Humph. Who asked him to sell vitality leaves recklessly, exploiting our hard-earned money? I really want to see Fang Yuan's expression now, it must be very ugly. Many people were gloating. He, this really helped us vent our anger. But we still have to thank Lady Yaolu for this, without her persuading Lord Yaoji, how could such a day have come? Yes, we really have to thank Lady Yaolu. Not only is Lady Yaolu beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice for us and upholding justice. She has the demeanor of Lord Yaoji. The surrounding people were praising unceasingly. Guyue Yaolu shyly lowered her head, but she was very happy in her heart. Sister Yaolu. At this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked into the bamboo building. I am here to say goodbye. I have seen the medicine hall's notice. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. People like Fang Yuan are black sheep, they need to be dealt with. Sister Jiao Man, are you leaving now? Guyue Yaolu looked at her with concern. Xiong Jiao Man placed one hand on her waist, the other giving a thumbs up, pointing at the group of goo masters standing outside the door. I have already asked for reinforcements, I need to hurry back. I will see you next time. Yao Li's heart immediately surged with sadness. When Xiong Jiao Man left, there were 10 goo masters, but when she arrived, there were only 7 left. Now, these goo masters outside were about to enter the cruel battlefield. How many could return safely? Chapter 151. Yaolu watched as Xiong Jiao Man and the rest walked out of the door, getting further and further away. But this parting was extremely short. Just 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the rest returned to the bamboo building. Bad luck, we met with the wolf tide. Xiong Jiao Man smiled bitterly, explaining. The goo masters in the bamboo building heard this and their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest had the advantage in numbers, but they were still forced to retreat to the village, showing the scale of the wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to attack the village, Xiong Jiao Man said again. As soon as she finished speaking, the alarm rang through the entire village. The village was silent for a while, before it started to boil. This alarm, there's a large-scale wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, gather the group members, there's going to be a huge battle. Damn it, I just came back, and I still want to have a good sleep, some of the Gu masters cursed, while others pursed their lips with a cold expression. At once, on top of the bamboo building and on the streets, Gu masters could be seen moving quickly, rushing towards the 4 main doors and the outer walls of the village. Inside the village's outer walls, at regular intervals, there would be a wide wooden ladder erected, allowing Gu masters to climb. And the towers were higher than the outer walls, like mighty and majestic guardian warriors. Fang Yuan mixed in the crowd, arriving at the bottom of the outer wall. A Gu master was stepping on the wooden ladder, climbing up. Fang Yuan pulled him down and climbed up himself. Which bastard? The Gu master wanted to scold, but seeing that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately shut his mouth. Fang Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, activating the white jade Gu and peeking his head out a little. Outside the stronghold, there were thousands of lightning wolves all over the mountains and plains. As far as the eye could see, there were countless green wolf eyes, causing a chill to rise in one's heart. Most of these wolves were hungry, and some were so hungry that their bodies were thinning. There were too many lightning wolves, and it had become a disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and to the wolf pack, there was less and less food. To them, the village that was filled with people was a hysterical temptation. A wolf is a kind of beast full of patience, more terrible, more dangerous, more crazy than a hungry wolf. A lightning wolf that had eaten its fill would not attack the village. Other than these ordinary lightning wolves, there were also bold lightning wolves. Although it was mixed in the wolf pack, the bold lightning wolf was still extremely conspicuous. Their bodies were the size of calves. There were more than 30 of them. Many people could not help but inwardly gasp when they saw this scene. This was already the second time this year that Guyue's village had been besieged by a pack of wolves. However, the scale of the attack this time was more than twice as large as the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all strong like bulls, and were at their peak condition. Ordinary lightning wolves would not be able to eat, but as the king of the 100 wolves, they naturally had sufficient food. After all, resources had to be provided to the higher-ups of the organization first. The lower class would be exploited, and the benefits would be sacrificed to provide for the upper class. Be it human society or wild beasts, they all had something in common. These bold lightning wolves are still not a true threat. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and continued to search. Soon, he found 3 huge wolves behind the pack of wolves, hidden in the shadows of the forest. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Every Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as big as an elephant. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted when he saw this, but quickly returned to normal. He continued to observe, only to find that there were more and more bold lightning wolves gathering from all directions. There was no sign of the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Without the Thunder Crown Wolf, the village was safe. In his memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused huge casualties to the Guyue tribe. If not for the tribe leader and elders working together to resist, and if not for Guyue Qingshu risking his life to fight, Guyue's village would have been destroyed. Since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had changed many things. Guyue Qingshu had already been sacrificed, so Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. It was completely possible for the Thunder Crown Wolf to appear earlier than expected. Thus, he immediately rushed over to observe. Awoo! The 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks, and let out long howls. Amidst the howls, countless lightning wolves received the order and charged towards the village. In the village, the Gu masters had already made their preparations, waiting for the battle. The rank 1 Gu masters all stood at the corner, their hands pressed against the cold wall. Some rank 2 Gu masters climbed up the wooden ladder, while others gathered at the top of the tower. Behind them, there were also Gu masters stationed in the temporary fortresses that were modified from buildings. Some were the backup team, while others were the medicine hall's healing Gu masters. Investigative Gu masters shuttled back and forth, continuously reporting the battle situation to the rear. Some clan elders were at the back, while others climbed up the tower, watching from the side with their arms crossed, reserving their strength to suppress the situation. "They're here." Fang Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes shining with a cold light. The lightning wolf pack covered the entire mountain, gathering into a tidal wave and pouncing towards the village. Puchi puchi, they first fell into the trenches dug by the wall, and then their bodies were pierced by the bamboo spears, like dumplings in a pot of boiling water. Some died on the spot, while some lightning wolves were still alive, howling in pain. The wind blew, and the smell of blood permeated the air, while the howls of wolves filled the ears. The frenzied attacks of the wolf pack did not stop, instead they were stimulated and attacked even more wildly. One by one, the lightning wolves fell into the pit, using their lives to pave the way for their successors. The lightning wolves behind stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and crashed into the village wall. For a moment, dull thumping sounds could be heard. One lightning wolf was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the continuous barrage of lightning wolves caused the entire wall to shake. The rank 1 goo masters under the wall suppressed the fear in their hearts, desperately pouring their primeval essence into the iron vine goo and poison flower goo. The brambles on the village wall stabbed into the lightning wolves' bodies. The poison flower goo gave these iron vines a slight poison, and the poison corroded the lightning wolves' bodies. The lightning wolves clawed at the village wall, opening their mouths and biting crazily, causing their injuries to worsen. The poison accumulated, causing their movements to become slower and slower. Chi chi chi, the rank 2 goo masters standing on the wooden ladder, as well as on the tower, shot out their moon blades. The moon blades shot into the wolf pack, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and wolf limbs to fly. The bold lightning wolves entered the battle, immediately causing casualties to the goo masters. At Fang Yuan's corner, a thin blue electric current pierced through, hitting the village wall and piercing through it. An unlucky rank 1 goo master inside was electrocuted to death on the spot. The bold lightning wolf that killed the goo master quickly became the focus of attention. Countless moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the cover of the surrounding lightning wolves, and actually only suffered light injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and electricity flashed in its sharp fangs, gathering into an electric current that pierced through the air, charging towards Fang Yuan. Water shield goo. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, and from his nostrils, he breathed out 2 streams of light blue water vapor. The water vapor expanded and formed a water ball shield that covered him. The electric current hit the water shield, causing it to shake for a while, but it barely broke. Moonglow goo. Fang Yuan took the initiative to remove the water shield, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The angle of the moonblades was tricky, and the bold lightning wolf dodged one, but the second one cut its right front leg, causing its movement to slow down. Then the third slash landed on its head, causing a wound and shattering its left eye. It screamed in pain, but the other goo masters saw an advantage, and another wave of moonblades flew out, enveloping it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly dismembered, its whole body bathed in blood, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Its body swayed a few times, and then completely collapsed. The surrounding wolves were in a state of panic, as if ripples had arisen. But at this moment, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves guarding behind them. The wolf pack only stirred for a moment, before baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging towards the village wall. Fang Yuan threw a few more moonblades, and went down the wooden ladder. In just this short period of time, his dark red primeval essence had already been consumed by more than half, and he needed to replenish it. Seeing him come down, a rank 2 goo master immediately took his place, climbing the wooden ladder. Most goo masters who had long-range attacks would climb the wooden ladder, or gather at the top of the tower. They would focus on the bold lightning wolves. The threat of the bold lightning wolf was much greater than ordinary lightning wolves. Some of the bold lightning wolves had goo worms that could assist them in jumping, and could even jump into the village at once. Fang Yuan walked down the wooden ladder, and kept walking towards the back. There were people coming and going, and many were like him, with their primeval essence almost depleted, and came down to rest. The other Gu masters were here to replace them, rushing to the battlefield and contributing to the clan's battle strength. This was simply a war. The strength of a rank 2 peak stage was minuscule. Only rank 3 Gu masters were the mainstay, able to control the situation. Fang Yuan came to a bamboo building. This bamboo building had been modified, and strengthened a lot. He went through the door, and many Gu masters were sitting cross-legged inside, each holding a yuan stone, quickly replenishing their primeval essence. Some healing Gu masters were moving through the crowd. Some were squatting on the ground, bandaging the injured Gu master's wounds, with medicine boxes placed at the side. Fang Yuan found a corner to sit down, and immediately a healing female Gu master came over. He shook his head at her, and the female Gu master understood, walking towards another Gu master. With this rotation, by 10 in the evening, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf pack did not decrease, and instead, many more lightning wolf packs heard the frenzy lightning wolf's howls and rushed over. It seems this wolf tide will last until night. A clan elder gazed outside the village, showing a worried expression. At night, the Gu master's vision would be weakened. On the contrary, the lightning wolves had excellent vision, and were not affected. This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it already has such intensity. The situation does not look good. Another clan elder beside him sighed deeply. Guyue Yaoji's face was also dark. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters, and the first-hand information on casualties was gathered in her hands. On a thin piece of bamboo paper, the casualties during the day were recorded. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling that it was heavy. The number of casualties far exceeded the same period in history. But she understood, this was not because the Gu master's fighting quality had deteriorated, but because there were too many wolves this year, and they were too crazy. How is the collection of the 9-leaf vitality grass? Looking at the blood-red setting sun, Yaoji took a deep breath and asked lightly. The subordinate immediately reported. There were still 3 people who had not handed it over, and Fang Yuan was one of them. Yaoji heard this and snorted, asking, "Where is Yao Lu now?" Miss Yao Lu is near the east gate, leading the healing team. I tried to persuade her many times, but she insisted on not retreating, and wanted to continue fighting at the front lines. The subordinate knelt down in fear as he said this. Yaoji pondered for a while, nodding lightly, and waved her hand to dismiss the subordinate. Near her granddaughter, there was a clan elder guarding her. There was also Xiong Jiao Man's group, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that it was the safest place at the front lines. Although Yaoji spoiled her granddaughter, she also supported her courage. Those in power had their own considerations. These experiences will be the political capital for her, Guyue Yao Lu, to inherit the medicine faction. Chapter 152. The golden full moon hung high in the sky. Clouds floated in the sky, casting a shadow. The bright moonlight, to Gu masters, was a huge piece of good news. Outside the village, it was a tragic battlefield. The wolf corpses piled up from the pits, reaching half the height of the village walls. This provided a good platform for the lightning wolves that were charging at them. Some ordinary lightning wolves relied on jumping and clawing to jump over the village walls and into the village. But these lightning wolves would first stagger due to the difference in height, and then immediately be killed by the concentrated firepower of the Gu masters who were waiting for them. Fang Yuan was standing at the top of a tower, with several Gu masters around him, continuously shooting moon blades and other attacks at the wolf pack. Overlooking the entire battlefield, the towers were the main firing points. The Gu masters cooperated and destroyed large numbers of bold lightning wolves. Kill, 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 kill all these wolf cubs. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, persevere for a while more. The clan's safety is on us. The surroundings were noisy. Some were crazy, some were in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fang Yuan stood there coldly, shooting out moon blades from time to time as he observed the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility was still not as good as daytime. The three frenzy lightning wolves were still standing at the back, their figures faintly discernible. As long as they were not injured, no matter how many lightning wolves there were, they were just cannon fodder. Even bold lightning wolves were just high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf leisurely took a step forward, opening its mouth and spitting out a lightning ball. Rank 3, Explosive Lightning Goo. This lightning ball was not very big, only the size of a millstone. But it was dark blue in color, condensing large amounts of lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it fiercely hit Fang Yuan's tower. Up until now, the battle had been in a stalemate. Many Goo masters were numbly fighting, and when the lightning ball hit them, they could not react in time. Water Shield Goo, White Jade Goo. Fang Yuan had just raised his defense, and in the next moment, his vision was filled with white light. Bam! The deafening sound almost shattered his eardrums. An invisible force surged over and sent him flying high into the air. In the midst of the raging lightning, the water barrier only lasted for 2 breaths before collapsing. The remaining electric current struck Fang Yuan's body. Even with the White Jade Goo's defense, he still felt numb from the electric current. Plop! He fell from a height of 3 to 4 meters and fell to the ground. The White Jade Goo was not the Rainbow Dress Goo, it could not reduce the recoil, causing Fang Yuan's back to hurt. He hurriedly crawled up from the ground, blinking his eyes as tears streamed down his face. After 3 breaths, his vision gradually recovered. Only half of the original thick stone tower was left. Countless charred corpses were scattered on the ground. There was also a large hole in the outer wall. At this time, there was a continuous stream of lightning wolves coming through the hole, flooding into the stronghold. The frenzy lightning wolf had finally entered the battle. The combat power of 1,000 Beast King was indeed extraordinary. The several Goo masters who were standing beside Fang Yuan earlier on the tower had already died without an intact corpse. Only Fang Yuan survived. In his aperture, the jellyfish-like water shield Goo was extremely dispirited. Once the water shield broke many times, the water shield Goo would not be able to withstand it and die. The White Jade Goo was the same. Goo worms were often strong but also weak. Take this thunderclap Goo for example, the lightning balls it shot were strong and fast, very hard to defend against. But it had a flaw, it could not be shot continuously and needed to take a few breaths before the second lightning ball could be shot. Bam! But just as Fang Yuan stood up from the ground, another lightning ball flew towards him. To think that this Wolf King has 2 thunderclap Goo. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged. He tried not to use the water shield Goo, only using the White Jade Goo for defense. Beast, don't be so arrogant. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared in midair, his body emitting golden light as he forcefully blocked this lightning ball. It was a clan elder. But one clan elder was not enough. Soon, another 2 clan elders stood up and fought side by side. One frenzy lightning wolf required at least 3 coordinated Goo master groups to hunt together. If it was a rank 3 Goo master, at least 3 people would be needed to defend against it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps, passing through the crowd. Everywhere it went, the wolves retreated. It gradually started to jog, then its speed became faster and faster. Lowering its head, it started to attack the village walls. Seeing this, the rank 1 and rank 2 Goo masters all fled in panic. Only the 3 clan elders remained at their original position. This part of the battlefield was vacated by tacit agreement and left to them. The 3 clan elders and this frenzy lightning wolf engaged in an intense battle. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also attacked the village, opening up a battlefield in 2 other areas. 9 clan elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed 3 large battle groups. Everywhere they went, lightning exploded and bamboo buildings collapsed. The Gu Masters or lightning wolves that were dragged into the battle did not have a good ending. The lightning wolf group was still breaking through, but Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he stood at a corner of the battlefield, watching the 3 large battle groups from afar. Without a doubt, this wolf group's attack had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves, one has 2 thunderclap Gu on its body, its attack power is strong. One has the thunder wings Gu, able to fly for a short period of time, its mobility is the strongest. And the last frenzy lightning wolf has the thunder howl Gu, relying on sound waves to kill enemies. Fang Yuan observed for a while, gradually understanding the details of these 3 frenzy lightning wolves. On the 1000 Beast King's body, there were mostly 3 or 4 rank 2 and rank 3 wild Gu worms. As long as they understood the situation of these Gu worms, the Gu Masters would be able to make the correct response. Once targeted, the unintelligent frenzy lightning wolf's attacks would be monotonous, and the result of the battle would be decided. As expected, after a while, the few clan elders retreated and were replaced by other clan elders. They cooperated with each other, and their tactical advantage allowed them to quickly gain the upper hand. After an intense battle, they controlled the situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome has been decided. Just as Yao Ji let out a breath of turbid air, a roar suddenly came from the eastern gate. One of the lightning wolves grew larger and larger. From the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, it swelled with the wind and grew to the size of a giant elephant. There's actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many clan elders were shocked upon seeing this scene. Previously, their attention was drawn by the other 3 groups, and the entire battlefield's layout was focused on these 3 points. Thus, the manpower at the eastern gate was slightly weaker. Not good, Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji's old face turned pale, and she immediately rushed towards the eastern gate like lightning. To think there would be such a change. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 breath concealment Gu. Using this disguise, it mixed in with the lightning wolf group and deceived the Gu Masters at the eastern gate. Fang Yuan focused his attention and saw that the eastern gate's situation was not good. The sudden appearance of the frenzy lightning wolf had directly smashed through the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves followed behind the bold lightning wolves in 2s and 3s, howling crazily as they charged into the village. Guyue Yao Lu saw the lightning wolf group surging towards them like a tide, and she was dumbfounded. Fortunately, she had Xiong Jiao Man, a veteran, by her side. At the critical moment, Xiong Jiao Man took over the situation and ordered, "Quick, quick, close the doors and windows tightly. Only by defending and waiting for reinforcements can we have a chance of survival." But just as she finished speaking, with a bang, the roof of the bamboo building received a fierce attack from the frenzy lightning wolf, collapsing down. Guyue Yao Lu screamed. With such a sudden change, the young girl completely lost her composure. She was still too young, and only had rank 1 cultivation. Earlier, she had forced herself to stay here because she felt safe, but never did she expect to be in such a dangerous situation. "Beast, stop!" Guyue Yao Ji shouted as she ran. She could only watch as the frenzy lightning wolf crashed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in danger, and she could not do anything to help. At the critical moment, it was Xiong Jiao Man who stepped forward. With a thought, the remaining brown bear roared and charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf slapped with its right claw, sending the 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened and closed its mouth, biting the brown bear's head into pieces. How could an ordinary beast offend the power of 1,000 Beast King? But taking advantage of this entanglement, Xiong Jiao Man had already dragged Guyue Yao Lu and ran forward, creating a small distance between them. The frenzy lightning wolf roared, naturally not willing to let its prey escape. It leaped, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, jumping in front of Xiong Jiao Man. Suddenly seeing the frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Guyue Yao Lu was so scared that her legs went soft. Xiong Jiao Man dragged her, naturally not daring to charge forward, and could only retreat towards the direction of the village. Just as the frenzy lightning wolf was about to pounce, Guyue Yao Ji arrived. A light purple moon blade slashed on the frenzy lightning wolf's back, lightly turning into a cloud of mist and entering the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf coughed twice, having been poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, raising its head and roaring. The fierce sound waves spread in all directions, forming an invisible force. The thunder howl goo was intimidating. This was not the thunder howl goo, but the sound wave goo. The sound waves vibrated the air, forming an invisible force. Pushed by this force, Xiong Jiao Man, Guyue Yao Luan flew out, separating in midair. Xiong Jiao Man crashed into a bamboo building, and there was no more movement. As for Guyu Yao Lu, she directly flew out of the village through the broken east gate. She was in a daze from the fall, and just as she was about to get up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her. Ah! She let out a sharp scream, and at the critical moment, a moonblade flew over and killed the lightning wolf. She quickly stood up and saw that her savior was a young male goo master. The lower half of his body was buried under the collapsed wall. The male goo master's blurred bloody face smiled at her, and the next moment, his throat was bitten by the lightning wolves that swarmed over. Guyue Yao Li's face was covered in tears. She cried as she ran. This battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of her identity and background, there were goo masters who lent her a helping hand from time to time. But most of them could not even protect themselves, and could not help her out of this predicament. Guyue Yao Ji was also entangled by the frenzy lightning wolves, and could not attend to her. Guyue Yao Li's heart was in a daze, and all she could see were the claws and teeth of the lightning wolves. In the midst of her panic, she suddenly heard a voice, "Take a step back." She subconsciously did as she was told, and coincidentally dodged a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right," the voice said again. Yao Li's consciousness was still in a daze, but her body had already moved. A wolf's mouth made a cracking sound, and it almost bit her. The voice continued, and the young girl completed her tasks meticulously. Sometimes when she made a mistake, a moonblade would fly out of nowhere and help her out of trouble. When there were no more lightning wolves around her, Yalu realized that she was safe. But unknowingly, she had left the village, and stood in a remote forest. A person's figure appeared in front of her. She immediately stared with wide eyes. "Guyue Fang Yuan, you helped me?" "No, I just helped myself." Fang Yuan grinned, and could not help but reveal a trace of evil. Chapter 153. What? Guyue Yaolu heard this and was stunned. Fang Yuan had already moved like lightning, his palm grabbing the young girl's delicate neck. "Tsk, he knocked her out." The young girl fell down, and Fang Yuan's arm quickly grabbed her by the waist. The stealth scales goo was activated, and their figures disappeared from the spot. When Guyue Yaolu opened her eyes in a daze, she found herself in a dark cave. She shook her dizzy head, and subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, she soon discovered that she was tied to a rock. All the goo worms on her body were taken away by Fang Yuan using the plunder goo, and refined into his. She was just a 15-year-old girl, with a weak body. How could she struggle free from a rope that was as thick as a finger, and had several twists and knots tied into it? Being tied up in this unfamiliar environment, the young girl's heart naturally surged with fear. She recalled the scene when she was knocked out, and even the most naive person would know that Fang Yuan was going to harm her. But how will Fang Yuan deal with me? What does he want to do to me? Is it because I reported him to Grandma, and he wants to take revenge on me? The young girl could not move her limbs, but her thoughts were rapidly churning. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, and she could not help but cry. "Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save Lulu," she cried, feeling an unprecedented sense of loneliness and fear. She did not know where Fang Yuan went, but her cries echoed in the cave. "Does Fang Yuan want to imprison me here? Let me taste bitterness after starving for 7 to 8 days, and never dare to say bad things about him again." Guyue Yaolu cried for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Too evil. Fang Yuan, I will definitely not let you off." She gritted her teeth fiercely. Her impression of Fang Yuan was already extremely bad, and now it had reached rock bottom. Guyue Yaolu had never hated someone so much since she was young. Just at this time, footsteps could be heard. Not long after, Fang Yuan's figure appeared from the shadows. "Fang Yuan, what do you want? Let me go. Otherwise, my grandma will punish you." Seeing Fang Yuan, Guyue Yaolu struggled with all her might. Her pair of tender legs kicked the ground like a deer that had fallen into a pit. Quite energetic. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Guyue and Yaolu were just about to open their mouths and continue cursing when they suddenly saw a big bear slowly walking over from behind Fang Yuan. "Bear, bear." Her eyes widened and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly. He stretched out his hand and stroked the black fur of the bear. His cold voice echoed in the cave like a chilly wind. "It's not easy to find such a wild bear in the wolf tide. It took me a lot of time." Guyue Yaolu reacted quickly. She was quick-witted and quickly recalled that Fang Yuan had asked for a bear enslavement gu from Sister Xiong Jiao. "So it's like this." She sneered and opened her mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan walked over and squatted in front of her. "What do you want?" The young girl tried to shrink back, but Fang Yuan easily used his right hand to firmly pinch her cheek. "Cute and lively, indeed very likable," Fang Yuan commented indifferently. "Chi." His right hand moved down and grabbed Yao Li's collar, forcefully pulling it. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing the pink dudu underneath. "Ah!" The young girl was stunned for a moment before she suddenly screamed and struggled violently. Even if her tender skin was bleeding from the hemp rope, she didn't care. Fang Yuan sneered and continued to tear. Chi. Soon, the young girl's clothes were torn, leaving behind only a few pitiful tattered cloth pieces, revealing large patches of milky white skin. Don't. She was extremely afraid, crying loudly. Thinking of the possibility that Fang Yuan would teach her a lesson, her whole body trembled. Fang Yuan did not continue as she expected. Instead he stood up and slowly retreated. The young girl's cries turned into choking sobs. But at this time, the black bear opened its paw and slowly walked over. The young girl's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. At this moment, she felt an intense aura of death. Whoosh! The bear's paw slapped, creating a sound of air breaking. With a crisp sound, the young girl's head was hit by the bear's paw, the huge force instantly breaking her delicate neck. Her head was twisted at a strange angle, bending to the side. A moment ago, the young beauty was still alive, but now she was dead. The warm corpse was tied to a huge rock, like a broken doll. Even without Fang Yuan controlling the bear enslavement gu, the black bear had already lowered its head and started to enjoy this sumptuous meal due to its hunting instinct. It first bit the young girl's throat, blood spurted out and splattered on its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and delicate chest, like a pair of unbloomed flower buds. The black bear bit off the young girl's right chest, tearing open the flesh and revealing the pale white ribs. At this time, the black bear used its paw to slap, breaking these ribs. The young girl's internal organs were squeezed, causing blood to spurt out. Without the obstruction of the bones, the black bear's mouth went deep into the young girl's body, biting on the still beating heart and swallowing it. The heart went through the throat and into the stomach. This winged bear that had been hiding due to the wolf tide for a long time without food, immediately howled in satisfaction. After howling, it lowered its head again and started to eat the young girl's internal organs. Poochie poochie. The black bear opened its mouth and large amounts of blood flowed out, producing the sound of water. After a while, the black bear finally poked its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the huge wound stretched to her abdomen. But towards the shining white intestines, the black bear did not seem to be interested. It started to shift its attention to the young girl's white and slender legs. The young girl's hands were all slender and smooth like jade. The black bear took it in one bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into its stomach, producing crunching sounds. The young girl's thighs were also delicious. The flesh was tender and had a virgin fragrance. After the black bear had finished eating, only the white thigh bones were left. In the midst of shaking, the young girl's head finally fell to the ground. To be honest, she was really cute. She had a pair of bright black eyes, a round nose that was slightly tilted, pink skin like a flower, and 2 rows of white teeth in her small mouth. But now, the blood had drained from her face, and her skin had become deathly pale. Her black hair was loose, covering half of her face, and her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and anger. She died with everlasting regret. Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he watched and admired Guyue's expression. He couldn't help but think of a Buddhist saying on earth, "There is no form of me, no form of man, no form of all living beings, no form of those who live forever. Beauty is just a skeleton, white bones, and flesh. I am the self, there is no self. Break away from egoism and recognize your ordinary self." The selfless aspect meant that everyone was equal and there was no difference. Humans were humans. They no longer treated humans as nobles and belittled other creatures as lowly. They said, no human face meant that all living beings are equal, there is no difference. Living beings were all forms of life. They no longer regarded life as noble and thought that other lifeless rocks and streams had spirituality. That is, there is no distinction between living things. In other words, everything in the world is equal, there is no difference. Everything had its own lifespan, and the phrase, those without lifespan, meant that regardless of whether they existed or did not exist, they were all equal, and there was no difference between them. No matter how beautiful a man or woman was, they would eventually turn into skeletons. White bones and flesh were one, but the people of the world loved the flesh more than the white bones. This was because they didn't recognize the equality between the two. This Buddhist saying was to let people see through all appearances and see the truth. Beauty was the appearance, and so were all living beings and lifespan. Seeing through all the wrong appearances, one would see Tathagata. Seeing through and seeing through, treating everyone equally, all living beings were equal. That was why the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the tiger and cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. This was because he had great compassion in his heart and saw all living beings as his own. He loved everything and loved everything. Whether it was me, others, animals, plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, as well as things that did not exist, he loved them. Mortals stood there and watched the bear eat people. Some hot-blooded men jumped out and shouted, "Beast, don't eat people," or "Beautiful girl, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you," and so on. These were the love and hate of mortals. They loved the girl and hated the giant bear. They didn't see through it. They were obsessed and couldn't see through the pink skeleton. If Buddha were to stand here and watch a bear eat a man, he would sigh and sing, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" He would save the girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was the love and hate of Buddha. He loved the girl and loved the giant bear, treating both equally. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was standing here. Looking at the girl's tragic death, there was no ripple in his heart. This wasn't because he was used to life and death, but because he had broken through appearances and was no longer obsessed. No appearance, no appearance, no appearance of all living beings, no appearance of lifespan, he treated all living things equally, and all living things were equal. That was why the girl's death was no different from the death of an ant, a fox, or a tree. But in the eyes of mortals, the girl's death would arouse their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they wouldn't think it was too much. If it was an old woman being eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a murderer who had committed countless crimes being eaten, they would have clapped their hands and cheered loudly instead. In fact, all living beings were equal. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living beings as dogs. Nature was fair. It didn't care about love or hate. It was heartless and would never treat all living beings differently. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. What did the disappearance of a living being mean to the vast nature, to the deep and vast starry sky, and to the long river of history? If it died, it died. Who could not die? The girl, the giant bear, the ant, the fox, the tree, the old woman, the murderer, they were all lowly. They were all lowly. They were all dogs. As long as one recognized this, they would break through all appearances and see the truth, and they would have divinity. If this divinity took a small step toward the light, it would be Buddha. If it took half a step toward the darkness, it would be devil. Devil. Chapter 154. An hour later, Guyua's medicine music was almost completely devoured by the black bear. The black bear did not seem willing to eat the intestines and the girl's head. But Feng Yuan did not want to see this happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, it was best for the wild beast to eat the human until nothing was left. Only then could the success be guaranteed. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, close to 10 types of materials were needed. Among them, the two most important ones were human and beast. This person had to be a virgin and have Gu master aptitude. And this aptitude had to be at least C grade. Of course, B grade and A grade were even better, as they could greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. This beast was referring to the beast enslavement Gu. Bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu and so on. Even deer enslavement Gu and bull enslavement Gu were fine. But carnivores like bears, wolves and tigers were more convenient. If it was deer or bulls that were herbivores, they would need a Gu worm to control the beast enslavement Gu and force them to eat the human. After the wild beast swallowed the human, it would need to quickly fuse. If the wild beast digested the human's flesh and bones, the fusion would not succeed. Seeing that the black bear was unwilling to swallow the medicine music's intestines and head, Feng Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed, activating the bear enslavement Gu on the black bear. The black bear roared, but under Feng Yuan's coercion, it had to swallow the intestines and head. At the same time, it bit off the girl's white skeleton, and swallowed them one by one. The bone spikes were sharp, and under Feng Yuan's coercion, many bone fragments pierced into its mouth and esophagus, causing the bear to cry in pain. But Feng Yuan continued to forcefully urge it, its body was no longer listening to its own commands. In the end, the black bear stuffed the entire vertebra into its throat as if it was swallowed whole. Feng Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single orifice charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's open mouth, and drilled into its body. The black bear howled in pain, the charcoal Gu's power caused its organs to burn. The black bear's body was trembling violently. It screamed miserably and wanted to roll on the ground, but the bear enslavement Gu controlled its every movement. After burning for several minutes, Feng Yuan pointed his finger and 3 fire oil Gu flew out. Fire oil Gu was a rank 1 consumable Gu. Once it was thrown into the black bear's body, it would explode into a large amount of fire oil, increasing the intensity of the fire in the black bear's body. The black bear's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Feng Yuan found an opportunity and threw several Gu worms into its body. These Gu worms were all his battle merits. He kept exchanging for them. The black bear lay on the ground, completely motionless. After a while, red flames shot out from its 7 orifices and behind its buttocks. Then, the flame suddenly grew bigger and instantly spread to its entire body. Ignited into a giant torch. The entire pitch-black cave was illuminated by the fire. However, this flame was not an ordinary orange-red, but a strange blood-red color. Feng Yuan waited patiently for a moment. When this flame was about to extinguish, he steadily sent out the final goo. This was a rank 2 poison goo. It was thrown into the flame. Immediately, a huge change occurred. A lump of white light was born from the flame. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Feng Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his coin bag and threw them into the ball of light one by one. The light lump digested the yuan stone and rapidly expanded. After Feng Yuan threw over 1,000 yuan stone, the light lump expanded to the size of a room door and suddenly shrunk. Whoosh! The flame on the bear's corpse was extinguished and the cave fell into darkness once again. A goo worm flew towards Feng Yuan while swaying. Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Rank 3 Consumable Goo Worm. It looked like a black spider with hairy legs. But its head was a bear's head and its back was covered with blood-colored markings, drawing the outline of a young girl's face. Looking at this face, it was Guyue Yao Lu. She seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, as if she was staring at Feng Yuan, filled with hatred and resentment. Feng Yuan, however, laughed heartily, not caring at all. When a person dies, their Tao disappears, even when they were alive. What could they do to Feng Yuan after death? He opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed this Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Man-Beast Life Burial Goo crawled into his throat and into his esophagus, turning into a black and red stream of water. The stream flowed from top to bottom, like an inverted heavenly river, entering the aperture. After entering the aperture, this black and red stream of water flowed into the red steel primeval essence sea. Almost instantly, the entire primeval essence was dyed a strange black and red color, emitting a bloody aura. Feng Yuan willed and quickly mobilized the black and red primeval essence, using the time to cleanse the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture shook violently and the transparent white crystal walls cracked and shattered. What replaced it was a completely new spherical light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Feng Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Feng Yuan did not relax, and immediately expelled the remaining black and red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence could not be used. If it was injected into a goo worm, it would cause the goo worm to die. If it was left in the aperture for a long time, it would contaminate the light membrane aperture wall, causing one's aptitude to drop. After Feng Yuan expelled the black and red primeval essence, he picked up a yuan stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, the first wisp of silver mist appeared, then condensed into water droplets, finally forming a silver primeval sea. Rank 1 Goo Masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and rank 3 white silver primeval essence. But this white-silver primeval sea was not pure, instead it was mixed with a layer of black and red color. This was the side effect of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled the accumulated white-silver primeval essence out of his body, before condensing primeval essence again. The second time, the black and red color in the primeval sea was reduced by more than half. But Feng Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled all the white-silver primeval essence again, condensing primeval essence again. After several times, the black and red color was reduced to an undetectable level, even if Feng Yuan expelled his primeval essence again. He could not reduce this residue. This was the unavoidable side effect of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. The effect of the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo was extraordinary. It could raise a rank 2 peak stage Goo Master who had no hope of advancing to rank 3. It was simply defying heaven and changing one's fate. Thus, there would naturally be some imperfections. To get rid of this black and red color, it was not impossible. The most common method was to use the cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo could cleanse the different primeval essence in the aperture. It had once appeared in the treehouse of the caravan, but unfortunately it was bought by the Qi family. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this black and red color in a short period of time. You bunch of useless good-for-nothings, what are you all doing? You can't even find a living person. In the medicine hall, Wei Xiaobao was stunned. In the medicine hall, Guyue Yaoji flew into a rage, her roar causing the windows to tremble slightly. Her heart was filled with anxiety, fear, worry, and irritation. 3 days and 3 nights had passed, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves had been exterminated, and Guyue village was safe. But her granddaughter, Guyue Yaolu, was nowhere to be seen. Even though she mobilized all her connections and combed through the entire battlefield, and even searched the vicinity of the stronghold on a large scale several times, she still couldn't find any new clues. The last to see Guyue Yaolu were the Gu Masters. Some of the Gu Masters who participated in the battle. The last scene they saw was, Guyue Yaolu was trapped in the wolf pack, panicking and unable to choose a path, and was surrounded by danger. These words all indicated that Guyu Yaoli's situation was truly grim. She was likely to be eaten by the wolf pack. But Guyue Yaoji was unwilling. She wasn't willing to accept this cruel reality. If it was any other girl, they would have died. But Guyue Yaolu was her granddaughter. She had been nurturing the medicine faction's inheritor since young. She was so obedient and smart, making people feel pity for her. So lively and cute. Making people laugh. These days, Guyue Yaoji did not sleep or rest, her mind filled with images of her granddaughter. Guyue Yaoji had taken good care of herself, but in just 3 days, she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her heart felt like it had been dug out, and the emptiness was filled with endless pain. Under her roar, dozens of Gu masters lowered their heads, enduring the old lady's merciless scolding. Reporting to Medicine Hall Elder, subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Gu master walked in quickly. What is it? Is there news of Yaolu? Guyue Yaoji's eyes brightened, quickly asking. Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is gathering the elders in the clan pavilion to verify it. The Gu master quickly reported. Guyue Yaoji's eyes dimmed, impatiently waving her hand, if it's not news of Yaolu, why bother me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became the new clan elder. Halfway through her words, Guyue Yaoji suddenly reacted, frowning slightly. This was too sudden, without any warning. The appearance of a new clan elder would affect the politics of Guyue clan. This was a hidden blow to the medicine faction that had lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the Gu masters standing started to discuss in whispers, guessing the identity of this new clan elder. Guyue Yaoji frowned, directly asking, who advanced to rank 3? Replying to Lord Yaoji, it is Guyue Fang Yuan. The Gu master answered. What? It's him. In an instant, Guyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk. To her, this was completely bad news. In the hall, the Gu masters also burst into an uproar. Are you kidding me? It's actually Fang Yuan. Isn't he C-grade talent? How did he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he reaches rank 3, he is a clan elder, the clan's higher-ups. When we see him in the future, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is simply soaring to the sky. Didn't they say he was dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. I thought he was eaten by lightning wolves. The Gu masters were shocked, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Guyue Yaoji's ears twitched, a woman's intuition made her develop strong suspicions towards Fang Yuan. She suddenly changed her mind, she wanted to make a trip to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 155. He actually advanced to rank 3. Rank 3 aura is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no doubt about it. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guyuebo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a youngster who was standing upright in the hall. It was Fang Yuan. To think that this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, thinking about it, it is not too sudden. Did you all forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo, his cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The group of clan elders were shocked and puzzled, they were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fang Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement, it is really unexpected. Guyuemo Chen, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed inwardly. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guyuemo Chen could no longer remember. But afterwards, Fang Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. Who would have thought? He actually had such an achievement today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reaches rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have an impact on the old political structure. It would create an impact. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guyue Yen, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. This is Fang Yuan. There must be a secret. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic goo, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qing Shu doesn't have. Guyuebo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qing Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guyue and Qing Shu were still alive, he probably had to have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and wrinkled. Under his eyelids, his gaze was extremely sharp, and it almost instantly locked onto Fang Yuan. Guyue Yao Ji quickly walked closer, saying, Fang Yuan, you actually advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy, how could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body. Seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer, Guyue Yao Ji. You want to inspect my aperture, what right do you have? In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now, he was already a rank 3 Gu Master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. How dare you? A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes, why can't I inspect you? Based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Earlier, you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I did not sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass. Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words sharp as knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If he were a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone. But now that he was a rank 3 Gu master, his status was equal to the elders, and the situation was different. Seeing Fang Yuan and Guyue Yaoji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's thoughts were deep. Even if they were not shrewd, they would train themselves to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. Lad, you dare to slander me. Guyue Yaoji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in front of everyone? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Guyue Yaoji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Guyue Yaoji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, the lingering voice of Guyue Yaoji echoed. The old woman's entire body was trembling slightly. This silence made her feel that she was alone and powerless. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Guyue Yaoji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups must not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master, although the clan leader had not officially announced it, but his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guyue Yaoji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder, he did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage, the barefooted did not fear those who wore shoes. On the other hand, Guyue Yaoji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network, this was her weakness. She was old, and could not afford to lose. The heir of the medicine faction, Yao Lu, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide, even the elders could die. The situation was unstable. The newcomers took their positions, and the elders stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Guyue Gu Master, the number of clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide was not small. To the elders, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, without any huge benefits. They had no time to participate in other people's battles. Guyue Yaoji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood, a formless pressure enveloped her body and mind. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolves stood in the shadows and stared at her indifferently with their deep, dark green eyes. Fang Yuan, who was standing in front of her, was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young. He was so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. Truly, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyue Yaoji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more violently. Her aura was also gradually decreasing. But when Guyue Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forcefully opened her blurry old eyes. Her aura suddenly rose again. She opened her mouth and said, "Fang Yuan, you came these 3 days. Why did you disappear? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name among the Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But the tone of his speech was even harder to resist. His words hid treacherous and sinister thoughts. She was after all the most senior, a politician with high status. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. None of the people here were fools. Fang Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed suspicious. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known by everyone. Guyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so openly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to advance to rank 3. Elder Guyue Lian can testify for me on this point." "What?" Guyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guyue Lian. This master of the Qi faction, one of the 2 most powerful elders in the Guyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression. But under everyone's gaze, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, so he reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint. They would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. "I didn't expect Guyue's cultivation to be related to Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid it is greatly related. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan had a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I didn't expect it to be the Qi faction. Fang Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast, I'm afraid it is the Qi faction's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning." Some of the elders were discussing, while others were feeling emotional. So this Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background. He has already submitted to the Qi faction. We must be careful when dealing with him in the future. Luckily, I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's the Qi faction. Guyue Yaoji's face was pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with the Qi faction's background were 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 156. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He had originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but because of his aptitude, he gave up. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started investing in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could his heart not be heavy? Apart from being heavy, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyue Lian should have been gloating and looking at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But looking at him now, his face was gloomy, as though he had suffered some sort of loss. This was too strange. What happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement did they make? Guyue Mo Chen couldn't figure it out. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guyue Lian was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guyue Cheng faking his aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guyue Yan, and his grandson, Qi Cheng, knew about this. How did an outsider like Fang Yuan know about this? Guyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This would be a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on a faction like this? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back. Because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qi Cheng could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already an elder, they wanted to kill the elder. The seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time. The bigger the commotion, the harder it would be to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan. There was no benefit to the Qi bloodline, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a form of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came suddenly, and he didn't know how many tricks Fang Yuan had up his sleeves, so he could only accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out, attracting the firepower for Fang Yuan. This was simply putting him, Guyu Qiuyan, on fire to roast. But even if Guyu Lian knew this, what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Guyu Yao Ji, I know you are feeling unbalanced. Yes, that granddaughter of yours with B-grade aptitude is dead. She died without a complete corpse, and your medicine branch has no successor. But I, a C-grade aptitude kid, managed to advance to the 3rd rank. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me, I can understand. What did you say? Guyu Yaoji stared with his eyes wide open, unable to restrain his anger. Little thing, I am telling you Guyu Yaolu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently, what does her death have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But he suddenly changed the topic, you, Guyue Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Guyue Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater, you are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guyue Yao Ji's actions were indeed a little overboard, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and ignoring the proper business to search for her own granddaughter. You. Guyue Yao Ji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guyue Yaoji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend it. To the clan elders, upholding the clan's rules was protecting their own interests. Guyue Yaoji's actions these few days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Guyue Yaoji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guyue Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Guyue Yaoji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yaoji, and the chief faction that Fang Yuan joined would probably also be angered by Yaoji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he, Guyue Lian, an idiot? Why would he offend Guyue Yaoji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guyue Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasy into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guyue Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt whether Guyue Yaoji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I suggest temporarily revoking her position as the medicine hall clan elder. At the same time, we can inspect her again. Every healing gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, Elder Qi Lian is also in favor of my suggestion. What? Guyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guyue Lian's attitude was so clear, did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yaoji? He had long coveted the huge benefits in her hands. Wanted to get involved. What? As the person involved, Guyue Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be furious? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Guyue Yaoji, he even dragged him, Guyue Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was clearly framing him. Framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guyue Lian, was the Grand Qi faction leader. He was caught by this scoundrel Fang Yuan, but he could do nothing about it. Oh. Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Guyue Bo's gaze flashed. He asked. Guyue Lian gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his anger. At this point, he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan and could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yaoji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is near, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. Of course, he would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own interests to seek. In these words, he had already tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yaoji. But even so, just as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guyue Yaoji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I have offended Yaoji. At this moment, Guyue Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yaoji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yaoji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guyue Yaoji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted. Moreover, she was provoked by Fang Yuan and Qiu Yan together, adding insult to injury. It would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yaoji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest and recuperate is for her own good. Lord Yaoji is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot go a day without someone managing it. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Guyue Yan suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guyue Yaoji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, Guyue Yan was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guyue Yan deliberately said this, of course he had a deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Guyue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Finishing, Guyue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan and cupped their hands, all of them smiling. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 157. He actually advanced to rank 3. The aura of rank 3 is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no mistake. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a young man standing upright in the hall. It was Fang Yuan. To think that this Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude, how could it be so sudden? Actually, thinking about it, it is not sudden. Did you guys forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo, his cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The clan elders were shocked and puzzled, they were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fang Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement, it is really unexpected. Guyue Mo Chen, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed in his heart. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guyue Mo Chen had already forgotten. But afterwards, Fang Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. To think that he actually had such achievements today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reached rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guyue Yan, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. There must be secrets on this Fang Yuan. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic Gu, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qing Shu doesn't have. Guyue Bo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qing Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guyue Qing Shu was still alive, he would also have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and full of wrinkles. Under her drooping eyelids, her gaze was extremely sharp. She stared at Fang Yuan almost instantly. Guyue Yao Ji approached him quickly and said, "Fang Yuan, you can actually advance to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally, I want to check your aperture." The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy, how could it be so easily inspected by others? Fang Yuan slightly turned his body, and seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer, "Guyue Yao Ji, on what basis do you want to inspect my aperture?" In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now, he was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. Audacious. A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. "Why can't I inspect you? Just based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior." "Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Previously, you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I didn't sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass. Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, his words like knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If it was a rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone if he said such words. But now, with his rank 3 cultivation, his status was already equal to the elders, and the situation had changed. Seeing Fang Yuan and Guyue Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's mind was deep. Even if one was not shrewd, they would still train to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fang Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. "Lad, you dare to slander me." Guyue Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fang Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in public? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Guyue Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Guyue Yao Ji bite back at him, Fang Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, Guyue Yao Ji's lingering voice resounded. This old woman's body was slightly trembling, this silence made her feel that she was alone. Different. The situation was different. If Fang Yuan was only rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Guyue Yao Ji to punish Fang Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups could not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fang Yuan was already rank 3, and although the clan leader had not officially announced it, his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guyue Yao Ji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fang Yuan was a newly promoted elder, he did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage, he had nothing to lose. On the other hand, Guyue Yao Ji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network, this was her weakness. She was old and could not afford to lose, and the heir of the medicine faction, Yao Lu, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide, even the elders could die. The situation was turbulent, new people took their positions, and old people stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Guyue clan, there were many clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide. To the elders, it was difficult to even protect themselves. Without huge benefits, they had no time to get involved in other people's battles. Guyue Yaoji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Standing now, an invisible pressure enveloped her body and mind, causing a layer of cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolf pack stood in the shadows, using their deep green eyes to stare at her indifferently. The Fang Yuan standing in front of her was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young, so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. It was really, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyue Yaoji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more, and her imposing manner gradually decreased. But when Guyue Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forced her blurred eyes open, and her imposing manner rose again. She opened her mouth. Fang Yuan, why did you disappear these 3 days? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name in the list of Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fang Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But her words were even harder to resist, with treacherous and sinister thoughts hidden in her words. She was after all the most senior politician. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. No one here was an idiot. Fang Yuan advancing to rank 3 was indeed fishy. After all, his great aptitude was known to everyone. Guyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fang Yuan dared to return so grandly, he was naturally prepared. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But, seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days, I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to break through to rank 3. Elder Guyue Lian can testify for me on this point. What? Guyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guyue Lian. This Qi faction clan head, one of the 2 most powerful elders in Guyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression, almost to the point of dripping water. But under everyone's gazes, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, thus he reluctantly opened his mouth. This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fang Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint, they would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. I can't believe that Guyue's cultivation has something to do with Fang Yuan. Does Fang Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid there is a huge connection. Didn't people speculate that Fang Yuan has a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I can't believe it is Qi faction. The reason why Fang Yuan's cultivation can be so fast is probably because of Qi faction's investment. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning. Some of the elders were discussing, while some of the other elders' emotions were in turmoil. This Fang Yuan is not a junior without any background, he has already joined Qi faction, we must be careful with him in the future. Luckily, I didn't jump into the fight between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble now, she wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's Qi faction. Guyue Yao Ji's face was deathly pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with Qi faction background were two completely different concepts. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward me. Your support is my biggest motivation.